Da-da. Da-da. You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
All right, it is 63 degrees right now. It's going to get up into the low or high 70s. Could be diddling 80 depending on where you are.
That's some warm diddling, buddy.
That's right. But
What?
we got a potential issue.
What's going on?
Okay, so within the next half an hour to an hour, it looks like, in our listening area, we are about to get blasted with a storm.
Yes.
And like a nasty storm.
But I think it's pretty brief.
Yes, it is. But it is.
But it's a
Well, it's a
whopper of
whopper.
storm.
It went through Buffalo about half an hour ago, and we have a lot of media
Yeah.
friends that work out that way.
What are they saying?
That the lightning is so consistent, it looked like the sky was just lit
Oh.
Wow.
nonstop.
Kind of cool.
There are also reports of hail.
Oh, that's fine.
Hail.
Yeah. And heavy winds. Now, we don't know how it's going to be. Wow. I'm looking at a video of somebody from Buffalo right now.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
So this just happened in Buffalo?
Yeah, it says, okay, so I'm looking at Eric Snittle from News 8. Quote, right on time. Our complex of thunderstorms is now fast approaching. While radar looks ominous, it masks the facts that these storms are weakening in trend. Still, brief, stronger wind gusts will remain possible as they move through, weakening further with time. Okay, so it looks like we may not get it as bad as Buffalo.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
But just, I mean, if you're leaving the house within the next 60 minutes, just a heads up, it could get pretty
We won't
nasty.
even know in this room.
Yeah,
It could come and go, and we would have no
no,
idea.
because you can't even hear outside.
Sometimes you can hear thunder like in like the distance, but we have no idea what actually is happening
Yeah.
outside in this
Well,
room.
the good thing about this studio
Yeah.
is it is a certified bomb shelter. So if anything were to happen, we are totally safe. Like, seriously,
Yeah.
what is taking... Oh, you know what? I'm not going to say
Yeah,
it.
I
out
don't
loud.
know.
I don't want to risk anything. Tornado at Hot Falls! Least popular radio show in America, murdered by tornado. It had intent for some reason. Question.
Yeah.
Why is it so unsettling to drive in a thunderstorm?
Unsettling?
Are you okay driving in a thunderstorm?
I think it's the
I
rain
mean-
more than anything else that.
Yeah, it's just the
makes
fact
it
that you can't
unsettling.
see if it's
Yeah.
a driving rain. That's the only thing. Like the thunder and lightning, if I'm inside, it don't
Yeah.
bother me.
Inside, I'm with you, too. I actually enjoy thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, for some reason, and maybe I'm alone here, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When I am driving during a thunderstorm, I don't know why it makes me anxious. Because, like, my car's not going to get hit by a lightning.
No, but it is like, yeah. I mean, I grew up in Florida, which gets a lot of lightning, so I forgot how bad it is. But my brother and sister-in-law, it doesn't bother them at all.
Well, there was that time you were down there hanging out with them.
They got out of the car. We were going to a movie. I'm like, what do you do? Because it was like,
Waited
it was,
out.
I mean, when you get that lightning in Florida and it's hot, it's scary as crap. I'm not leaving the car.
Kimmy, did you know we got that cold lightning here in
You don't know
Yeah.
what tropical lightning is, son.
Tropical lightning?
lightning.
Tropical lightning, which is also the name of their minor league baseball team. I ain't getting out of the car, man.
You know
And
what-
they got up and just started walking. They weren't even like running. It's always like how the Midwest treats tornadoes.
Okay.
Like they don't. The Midwest, we were driving through, they don't get really upset till it's like sucking them up.
No, I'm with you, man. Like when I was somewhere in Arkansas, and I'm sitting in a hotel room, and the warning goes on the TV, there is a tornado in the area, seek shelter right now.
Yeah.
So I go down, I'm on like the 5th floor, I go down to the lobby, and I go, what do we do? And the guy's like, oh, there's a shelter over there.
Yeah.
If you want to go hang out in there.
Nobody's in there.
Yeah, but again, they're showing video of, like, I recognize that place, I drove past that
Yeah.
place. That's a tornado. It's coming. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably fine. Like, you're fine driving through a thunderstorm, lightning storm?
Yeah, like I said, I think it's the heavy rain that
Yeah.
throws me off more than anything. But like I think as a kid, like going on road trips and stuff, and there'd be a thunderstorm, I don't know. I found it kind of relaxing.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Never bothered me.
All right, can I throw maybe it's an ADD angle?
What's that?
All right, so, like, if I'm driving and, like, lightning flashes.
Yeah.
And no mother dies. I have to look.
Yeah, I mean, it's a natural thing to look over.
You know what I mean? But,
Yeah.
like, now, but I'm also doing
Oh, like
60.
you're trying to like find the lightning.
Well, I don't know. Like, I like if I go, whoa, 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 and it's like, I'm driving again.
So maybe it's more of a distraction.
I guess.
Maybe you're part dog. You're gonna start like scratching at the mats and stuff.
Okay, if we're
freaking
gonna-
out,
If we're gonna talk about ADD,
rubbing your back.
no, my wife is like legitimately scared of wind and lightning. I don't know why.
Oh, she grew up in Jamaica. No, she didn't grow up in Jamaica.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
What?
You say I am scared of the wind. The wind freaks me out sometimes.
She grew up in a trailer, and I kind
In
of
Jamaica?
Yeah, Jamaican trailer. That's where they make most of the trailers.
I did not know
Yeah,
that.
that company, Jamaican Me Trailers. Why are you scared of the wind?
I think just because it can do so much damage.
Okay.
It freaks me out sometimes.
Did something happen to you as a kid? Like, did your house get damaged or?
No.
Okay.
No, I did one time. I remember as a kid being in Atlanta visiting my aunt, and like some big storm hit in the middle of the night, and I think that was like the first time I noticed my parents being scared.
Okay.
You know, because my aunt was also like, "Hey, if things go bad here, we got to get in the closet.
Oh, here's Tommy's here.
Tornado's coming."
No, it is amazing, like what minor experiences
Yeah.
as a child can shape how you feel about certain types of weather.
Okay.
Because like I have this vivid memory of we drove down to Disney.
Yeah.
So I think I was like, no, I'm sorry, it was Myrtle Beach. I was like 10 or 11 years old. And we were driving through the Carolinas, and like those 2-lane roads in
Yeah.
the Carolinas, right, and highways. So like again, like that radio, like weather warnings
Yeah.
that it comes on. And it was the first time I had ever heard it in real life.
Yeah.
And there's something jarring
Yeah.
about hearing the emergency tones where they're not like, this is just a test.
Yeah.
It's like, so it starts giving you instructions, like, whatever, 72, the storm coming, seek shelter immediately. So my dad, we find this rest area.
Yeah.
And it's like a state rest area. So we pull in, and he parks the car. But we didn't go inside.
So you just stayed in the car?
We stayed in the
Alright.
car. And I'm sitting in the back of the car, and it was this maroon Dodge 96 conversion van.
Right.
All right.
Sounds like a sweet ride.
It was actually a pretty sweet
Yeah.
ride. Carpet in the back, TV in the back.
That was like the ultimate form of travel as a kid.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
great. Quick sidebar before we get back to the story. My dad had got it just before we went to Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
Like this was his justification for getting it.
Nice.
And it had a TV and a VCR.
Wow.
Oh, all
Like
right.
we were like,
You were hooked
Rich.
up.
yeah, uptown, baby.
Yeah.
My dad refused to let us bring any VHS tapes on the trip.
So what did you do?
He goes, you could just watch the TV with the antenna.
Occasionally?
Yeah.
He did not think that one through because like we
20 minutes
Did
when
he
you're
think you
near
were
a
just gonna
city?
keep picking up different stations?
No, but here's the thing: when you move, it doesn't even pick
Right.
anything up.
Yeah.
So like we'd be driving, and we get like the semblance
Yeah.
of a hockey game for like 35 seconds.
I remember when people, when those portable TVs first came out,
Yep.
people would take them to the beach and stuff, but the reception was horrible.
My
man.
dad used to take it grocery shopping.
He would watch TV grocery
Yes.
shopping. Well, I guess people do that
He
now.
didn't want to
Yeah.
miss a game.
People had them in their cars.
Ahead of his time. But so we pull into this thing. My dad's like, it's fine. And I remember sitting in the van.
Yeah.
And the van is like rocking back and forth. The rain is just a blanket of water.
Yeah.
I'm watching the trees in front of us like bend at like a,
Yeah.
30-degree angle. And then all of a sudden it was done.
Yeah.
But I was so scared. And I had nothing to watch on TV.
Yeah, no distractions would freak me out as a kid.
Right?
Just sitting
Yeah.
there.
Well, and he had the radio on and it kept doing the
Yeah.
It was just a terrifying situation.
So my old man when we had boats in Florida, he never paid attention to the weather at all. And it was it was different back then because you didn't have all the weather,
Sure. Couldn't
but
just
you
check.
still had a general idea. But he would just go out on his boat, and people would go, "Hey, Mike, it's going to be bad out there today." He goes, "Really?" And he would just go. And he would get
That's
stuck in so
terrifying.
many storms
That's
How is-
scary.
How is that possible?
because you don't pay attention.
No, but like you're on a boat
Yeah,
in the middle of the ocean.
but he didn't know how to work a boat.
Like, did he think he would be able to easily get out of it if he
Oh
had
yeah,
to or something?
he didn't
Yeah.
understand it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all these old Floridians that have been boating since they were kids, like understood it. Like they could almost sense it. You
Yeah.
know. And he's just out there with a cocktail, running wide open down the intercoastal.
252
It's getting dark out.
252 WCMF. There is a nasty thunderstorm warning. Okay, Glenn Johnson.
Oh, Glenn Johnson. What's he got to say? Glenn Johnson last night. Can I do a quick sidebar?
sure. Yeah.
He did a segment explaining why the water at High Falls is dirty.
Oh,
And he had a cup of water that he shook it up.
Okay.
And then it got all muddy.
That was for you. That was specifically for
I was
you.
laughing my ass off.
she's right.
It was one of their good questions.
They do this for guys like you.
know.
All right. So anyway.
All right, so Glenn Johnson
Glenn
says,
Johnson, what's he got to say?
all right, parts of Western New York under a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like, according to News 8, it's everywhere now.
This is going to be a dud now that we're doing all
fine, just to give people a heads up.
All right.
It says 6:45 for like the Caledonia area. They are telling people to seek shelter. Not right now. I don't know when.
What time are we getting?
Get you
So I did get a tweet.
58 minutes.
Somebody said it's just hitting Batavia.
Okay.
I don't know. That was a couple minutes ago, so I don't know.
It looks
All right.
like anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour, although
Yeah,
Eric,
that's slow moving if it's already in Batavia.
it's slow moving, says Dick. Oh, man, they do this bit. That's a slow moving storm system.
We got a lot of dirty water.
Keep on running, Mississippi moon, won't you keep on driving? Okay, how bad? Seek shelter? How bad is this going to be?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be nothing.
Well, don't they tell you to do that with any storm?
Yeah.
Seek shelter.
Oh.
It's just getting a little dark out here.
You sound like Tommy's dad. So here's the funniest part of this morning.
What?
Because like as we're coming in, we were like discussing this briefly, the storm coming in, and Tommy, Kimmy, already knew how bad the storm was going to be.
Oh, he came in with the facts.
Yeah. Because you saw something last night.
Oh. Oh, yeah, you did. You updated us.
Yeah, because I said, the storm was supposed to be nasty. You go, I already saw a part of the storm in Chicago last night.
Oh yeah. They had to postpone the Beyonce show at Soldier Field.
He, with a straight
He's like,
face.
well, that storm's coming from Chicago.
It almost knocked Beyonce off stage.
Nothing. Bro, she's anchored pretty good. She ain't getting knocked off.
She got on that horse and rode out of there.
He starts breaking down the images he saw from the Beyonce concert
She
last
got
night.
that Cowboy Karen show to her.
Cowboy Karen.
She just yells at the audience.
Very different show.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Jake. Jake says, just got home in Batavia, drove through it. This thing's nasty. Hopefully it's not as bad when it gets to Rochester. Be careful out there, he says. Thank you, Jake.
Stay safe.
We've got our weather spotters on the ground. Our Break Room weather spotters. Quick sidebar there.
What?
The different news stations in town
Yeah.
seem to all have local weather spotters where like people will
Yeah.
take pictures or
Yeah.
videos. Okay. Do I have to apply for that job?
I think you just send it to him.
Okay. Send it to 'em.
Okay, so that doesn't make me a weather spotter. That makes me a guy with a camera.
Yeah.
Yes. So, my sister-in-law lives in Florida. She takes pictures and she posts them and she sends them to the TV stations in Florida. And her point of pride is when one of her pictures makes it to the TV, she takes a picture of the TV
Yeah.
of the picture she sent them to show them the clouds over her house.
Okay, I do want to point out, maybe I have the story wrong, but didn't you come in bragging once because one of her photos
hit.
made it to the Weather
She
Channel?
hit.
Oh, she hit. What'd they pay her?
Oh, big time, big time.
What'd she
I
get?
think she got a hat. No,
She got nothing.
she got nothing. But
She
she got
hit.
on the Weather Channel.
He came. No, but you're making fun of it. You
I know,
bragged
you did.
that your sister-in-law.
She went national, bro,
Okay, what is that?
with her pictures of clouds. Jim Cantori sent her a message.
Wow, one of my favorite kinds of chicken. Are we looking at hail too? Ay.
Potential, I thought.
Okay, shut
Oh,
up,
potential for hail.
cowboy douchebag.
I mean,
Gonna
that's probably
fall
why they're
into
really
the dirty
telling you
river.
to seek shelter, right?
Again, like
Hail.
the more we talk about it,
Yeah.
the less severe it's going to be.
Of course.
So if we continue to be like, oh, this is going to be bad, it's better for everybody.
Yes.
So you're welcome. All right. So again, within the next 45 minutes.
Use caution. out
Uh-oh,
there.
another break room weather spotter
What?
on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Mystify writes us, lightning, thunder, and wind in Holly now. Send us a picture of Mystify. Let me see the clouds. To our local Jim Cantori, Tommy Muley. Jim can't talkie. We got a dynamite. Lightning, thunder, and wind in Holly kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap, a hailstorm of creep
Ooh.
coming at you just after 7 o'clock this morning. Also, just after 7 o'clock,
Yeah.
it is prom and ball season.
Okay.
Kicked off like 2 weeks ago. It'll continue for the next couple of weeks. And this weekend, there are a ton of them planned.
Yeah.
There are parents who have done this since the beginning of time. And the idea behind it, you can't hate them for the thought process.
Okay.
Because you're afraid your kid's going to go out and do this.
Yeah.
And you're afraid if they do this without any supervision, it's going to get super dangerous, right? And that's a valid concern.
Yeah.
So the idea is, well, if I allow them to do this illegal thing
Yeah.
under my roof, it's better for everybody.
Oh,
There's a flaw in that plan.
yeah, a huge one.
And this story proves it.
Just Google some stories, man.
No matter how secure you think you have the
Yeah.
situation, there will always be one drunk dick kid.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There are things that bond generations.
Okay.
Historical moments.
Oh, yeah.
Albums that everybody listens
Yeah.
to. Television shows. You remember where you were for the last episode.
Mhm.
But millennials we have something a little bit more and something a little bit freaky.
Oh.
Because it turns out, at least according to this, we all have the same mark in the same spot on our bodies.
Wait.
I know. And I thought this
Your
was,
generation?
I thought this was stupid. And then,
How'd you get it?
oh my God, nobody knows.
Wait a minute.
Bro, Kimmy, we're going to find out because
Okay,
Kimmy is also.
I saw this. I think I saw the same thing, but I kind of just figure everybody has it.
No.
Like,
So
okay.
I don't
All right,
because
well,
I'm not
we'll
your
find
generation.
out.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
We could look. I mean, you could check you.
But I'm not a millennial.
I understand. Well, if Kimmy's argument is if you have it, that it's not a millennial thing. It's just
No.
something everybody has.
But they would have checked everybody, right?
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CMF. What the hell is this, man?
What?
What the hell is this? You know, there are things that bond generations.
Yeah.
Most of them have nothing to do with your body, but this weird-ass thing that sounds silly at first has some folks that were born between 1981 and 1996 freaked out as hell.
And nobody medically is saying anything?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45, getting a ride share, Uber, Lyft, whatever.
Yeah.
It's become common now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even think about it.
Yeah.
Until you see stories like this. Because it's hard to tell whose fault it is here, but even if it's not the fault of the person you hired,
Yeah.
it may create a uncomfortable situation.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So there's something that's gone viral over the last week on several different social media sites. And it was brought to the forefront by former member, as you brought up Beyonce earlier, of Destiny's Child, Kelly Rowland. It's called the Millennial Mark.
Mark.
Millennials, who are, if I'm not mistaken, defined between being born between 81 and 96, have noticed they all have the same mole on their forearm, their left forearm. It is,
Okay.
It's between like your elbow and the middle of your arm.
All right,
Yeah.
that's your forearm.
Yeah, yep.
Like on top.
Yeah, you got it. Like on the outside here. So,
So it's like,
It's like a little
no,
dot.
like right here. Right here. And I got it.
so it's right by your elbow.
Right there. So I laugh at this headline
Yeah.
and I click on it and I read it and I go, okay, this is dumb. And I look and it's there.
You got one.
It's there.
You
Kimmy,
got it
did you
too?
look?
Like, but I have a few dots.
Okay, it's
No, you
it would
look
be
at the wrong
right here.
spot. No, you
This is
gotta-
where the spot is. Where
I can't see
it's
where you're
like
pointing.
right there.
The
is-
back of the
Yeah.
Yeah, like right here.
Do you have it?
I think so.
Oh my God!
But but again, I have like a bunch of them, so I just figure everybody has some kind of mark on their forearm.
Okay,
But
fine.
this thing's really prevalent.
Well, it's in the same spot.
Oh.
For
See,
everybody.
like the video I saw wasn't that one. It was
Oh.
it was a girl saying everybody has this mark, like almost on top of your wrist.
Okay, that one I don't have.
Yeah.
But I got this one, and that's
Oh,
where
yeah.
everyone was pointing to. Like the
Yeah.
whole, it's just like there's a montage of like 50 videos, and everyone's pointing to the same spot,
Okay.
and we all got the same mark. Why do we all have the same mole on the same spot on our forearm? I saw the spot the other night. I got freaked out, and I read the article to try and figure out why. And here's the thing: they don't give a reason.
It could be, something you kids ate. Like some kind of like byproduct of something you ate.
Okay, so let's break that down.
Wouldn't your wife know?
I didn't ask.
Oh
her.
yeah.
I mean,
she's-
that would be
yeah.
like the person to tell.
Yeah.
You have the
What if
expert
it's
in the room.
What if it's a side effect from like roll-ups?
for roll-up side
You were
effect.
eating them strawberry roll-ups.
Can't
Wasn't
be-
eating them as a baby.
But here's the thing: all of our dads also stole our fruit roll-up, so they would have the millennial mark too.
Yeah.
True.
No, like in all sincerity, like
Yeah.
in this article, there is no science, there is no theory, there is no mythology.
Could be aliens marketing. Like which ones they don't want.
252 WCMF. What could be the reason that all millennials have this same
It has
spot?
to be something you all ate or something you all had to do or everybody got exposed to.
Okay, what did we all eat that would cause a spot just for okay, so like what is that exposure? What is it? Tell me what it is.
Might have been video games.
Okay. Why?
Yeah.
No, because the
Yeah, because
generation
you're playing the video games, doing that.
the generation before us had video games. The
Nah, not
generation
the-
after us has had video games. That wouldn't explain it.
So it also stops with your generation?
yes, it just says
So
millennials.
your kids ain't got it.
So I didn't look at my daughter's arms either. I don't
All
know.
right.
I can check them when I get home, and I'll report back to you
Well, I
guys.
wonder if like you ask people older or younger, like maybe everybody has it.
Okay,
and
maybe.
just millennials are the ones that notice.
I mean, are there folks that aren't millennials that have this mole like on their forearm, between the middle of their forearm and their elbow? Bro, this is weird,
All right.
man.
Did they give you something at school?
Like,
Like
no,
a
because
pill or something or a vaccine?
oh, you talking about the mole pill?
Yeah. Oh, did you guys take the mole pill?
What vaccines
I
did-
passed on it.
What vaccines did we get that kids these days did?
I don't know. You tell me.
That's what. No, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I love like, oh, let me tell you what it is. Well, about this? I don't know.
Well, it has to be something you ate.
could it?
Y'all ate the same thing, or it was in the water or something.
Well, no, because not even every millennial would have eaten the same thing based on socioeconomic factors.
Every kid ate something like that. Everybody's eating McDonald's.
Okay, fine, but yes, exactly.
But we don't even know when it showed up. Like, is it something you were born with? Is it something that
No,
popped
I
up
know what it
later? You know?
I got it.
What?
It's a goddamn energy drink.
Oh, for God's sake!
You
Energy.
all been drinking them energy drinks.
Everybody's been drinking energy.
You started drinking them way sooner.
Everybody's been drinking energy drinks since Jolt Cola came out 30, 40 years ago.
That was pure soda.
Okay, pure soda. Sounds like a commercial from Michigan. Pure soda.
Pure Uncut soda.
All right, 252 WCMF. We're talking about the millennial mark and how for some reason this exists. It's weird. Aaron's going to figure it out
All
for
right.
us. He's on CMF. Hey, Aaron. How are you, buddy?
What's going on, man? You know what it is? Those 50 people are trying to find out who their same dad was.
Okay. So we all have the same.
Maybe? I don't know.
Okay. Then why do I have it, Aaron?
Because maybe Lance Duffy ain't your real father.
That would actually
Somebody else is out there.
That would be a whole hell of a lot of load off my shoulders, Aaron. I'm going to let Aaron go. Wow.
Aaron's having himself a Friday morning.
He
That sounds like the start of a supervillain right there. That is the beginning of a supervillain. Well, we all have the same father. There was
Yeah.
one guy just working his way through America, banging everybody, and he has a very dominant gene, which gives you a mark.
Maybe it has to do with something like when our moms were pregnant that they were doing like while we were in the womb. I don't know.
What would that have been, though? I mean,
don't
wait,
know.
is Susan Powder
Were
and
they poking us with something?
Maybe they took something.
okay?
You know, ask your mom what she did during pregnancy.
I'm not going to ask my mom what she did during pregnancy.
Why?
What do you mean? She won't. You never ask your mother like anything that had to do with your the pregnancy you were a part of or you being a child, because it automatically sends your mother for some reason into like defense mode, and they will just start telling you all of the greatest things that they ever do. Well, you know what I did?
Yeah.
I switched right to the doctor told me to do that, and I did it, and it was a sacrifice. It was but we did it, and you don't understand.
Yeah.
You know how hard it was when you were a toddler, and everybody else was. And you know what I did? You know what I said?
What'd you do?
We went to these play dates, and I exposed. You were a very social child, and I think that's why you are today, because of what I did.
Okay.
What I did. Doesn't everybody have that conversation with their mother?
I have a different mom. And my
Well,
mother's
yeah, because-
generation was way different.
And like every time your mom tried to talk, it sounded like.
Wait, she was knobbing a guy in front of me.
I know. It's very uncomfortable. That's how much dedicated she was to knobbing dudes. Her mark was in the back of her throat. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about the millennial mark, the millennial mole. There's a story that shows up the other day. Headline looks stupid. I click on the headline. They explain that every millennial has a mole on their forearm on the outside between the elbow and the middle of their wrist.
And they're saying that you were born with it,
It doesn't say anything.
Yeah.
Like, again, this article has no science, no theory, no mythology. There is no attempt to explain why this exists, which why write the article if you're not going to talk to somebody that has some kind of scientific or sociological background that's going to be like, oh, this is what it might be. It just leaves you wide open,
All right.
much like your mom. You know, as you like think about the different generations, right? Like the baby boomers,
Yeah.
Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha is the newest one. There are things you can see in someone that immediately lets you know they're a part of that generation. And I'm not talking about how their face looks. Maybe it's not like a birthmark.
What is it?
Okay, like if I were to ask you, Tommy, if you needed the one thing you could see to know that someone was a baby boomer right away, what would that be? Is there one tie that binds all of you?
Like my generation.
Yeah.
It's how we dress,
Okay.
right?
I don't know. Because, like, there are guys in their 30s and 40s that kind of dress like old men. They dress like
Yeah,
guys
but they
in their
don't count.
30s.
You're
Okay.
talking about straight up boomer.
I'm talking like it belongs to your generation and only your generation, and you see this and you know. That's it. Because
It would have to be New Balance shoes.
Okay, that's a great one.
But Gen Z loves the New Balance
Yeah,
shoes.
you're right about
It's
that.
kind of
But
like
there was a time.
there's a blurred
There was a
line
time.
now.
yeah, that only like my brothers wore New Balance.
I would okay, up until a year or two ago, I would argue that was a good one.
My brother wears some like dress shoes. Like he'll
Yeah.
go out to dinner with my sister, and he'll have a nice outfit,
Nice pair of
you know?
clean sneaks.
Yes, like he goes, "This is my Saturday night shoe," and I go, "That's a sneaker, man. That ain't a shoe."
So I think this shows up most prominently in a tattoo.
Oh yeah, ink would be big
For example,
because ink started big in the early '90s.
Gen X.
Yeah,
So, like, for men, the tribal tattoo lets you know that guy's Gen X.
Yep.
The tramp stamp lets you know women are
but you're not going
going
to see that very often.
It depends on where you're at. If you're going to the Hilton Carnival, you're going to see both of those.
Yeah, but if you're 60 and I can see your tramp stamp,
Yeah?
you want a
pops out
raggedy old
sometimes.
hoe bag, man.
Raggedy old hoe.
You a whole bag. If I can see a 60-year-old with a tramp stamp, that's a certified uncut U.S. grade A Hobag.
But that would be a boomer, not a Gen Xer.
Well,
So that's what I mean. Like the tramp stamp wasn't popular for 60-year-old women.
no, but she got it back in the day.
But it wouldn't have been her generation. Like right now, the max would be like 50 for a lower back tattoo.
Oh no, there's women were getting them. Because all right. So they would have started getting them in the 90s.
Yes, but
Yeah,
if
they
it's
were in their 30s.
But if it's a woman, how many 30-year-old women were getting lower back?
I would say
tattoos?
slightly
Bro, when those
younger.
things hit, they were all over the place, and they're still there.
Okay,
Yeah.
whatever you say.
I think
But you got to see them.
I think a millennial trait specifically with women, just look at your feet.
Foot tattoo?
Because foot
sorry.
tattoo, that's one of them. And I am guilty of this right now. No show socks.
Yeah, I'm not giving up the no-show socks.
Like that is something I don't know if our generation can get past, like the changing sock lengths. Because I don't know. I don't think that's one thing I'm stubborn on. I can't give it up.
I'm with you, sister. And here's what's pissing me off.
What's that?
I have only bought my socks at Marshall's since like 18,
Yeah.
right? And Marshall's, none of the companies at Marshall's are selling the no-show socks anymore for like the last 15 years.
So what is it now? They're going back
They're
up
going
to the
back
crew
to like
sock.
those thick.
It's
those
up
thick,
to
like,
it's up to
folded-
the where the calf starts.
Yeah, you got it.
those, or I've seen like women have them like bunched, like kind of 80s style.
Oh, that's the old school.
Yep.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
It's very weird.
Yep.
But like, I got thick legs, man. And the only way my leg,
I got thick legs.
No, he's
man.
right.
and I know how to use
Like
them.
it changes the shape of your legs, the socks that you wear.
The only way for my leg to look like a human leg is for me to wear no-show
Well,
socks.
yeah, because fat guys especially, it'll look terrible.
Yeah, it looks like you're halfway through making a sausage.
You got cankle.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want cankle.
Yeah.
I don't want cankle.
Male cankle is the worst
Thank
thing
you.
in the world.
Thank you.
It is. I mean, it's an
Ankles.
ugly look to begin with.
Makes you a dusty hoe bag. I'm sorry, Kimmy. What'd you say?
Oh, yeah.
Mankles.
Mankle.
Mankle.
And you can't get rid of them. That's the one thing. You could lose weight. You cannot get rid
Yeah.
of your cankles.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this millennial mole on all millennials' forearm, people born between 81 and 96. We were trying to figure out what
Yeah.
the reason could be. Ben's got a theory. He's on
Oh.
CMF. Hey, Ben. How are you, buddy?
What's up, guys? So
Yo.
my theory is, like the tuberculosis shot, they put like a little bubble in your skin. It might have something to do with that.
Is that where we got
But
the shot,
also-
though? I don't remember.
I had to take it like 3 times because I kept forgetting to come back to my job to get it checked. And yeah, they put it like right on your forearm.
Oh.
So if anyone, you would never have to worry
I'm
about
an
Ben getting
expert.
tuberculosis.
But yeah, what you were saying about the socks, how they shrink your legs, yeah, they definitely do. Because snowboard socks are pretty much the only tall sock I wear on a semi-regular basis, or like those soccer socks. Yeah, they deform your leg 100%.
All right, so if any of you guys were wondering, Ben's sock report for the
Yeah.
day, we got that knocked out.
Yeah. We're
All
good.
right.
All right, great talk, Ben. Thanks for the call, buddy.
All right, have an awesome weekend, guys.
All right, there goes tuberculosis-proof Ben. We don't know whose fault this is.
Yeah.
Right, in this situation here. In fact, the person who you would be now interacting with, having an uncomfortable back and forth, it may not be this person's fault. What happened on Lake Ave in the city? That being said, I mean, there's something you have to do after you're done with a rideshare, right? There's extra money involved.
Well, yeah, you gotta settle up.
There is a rating involved.
Yeah.
And
Oh, it went bad.
we'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, there is a thin line between hero and idiot.
What happened?
Well, sometimes you can even be both.
Okay.
This story and the details we have from it could be proof of that because it's possible this person saved a few lives as long as they weren't the one that caused the issue in the first place. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Little creepy.
Yep, that's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Creep kept coming at you. Also, just after 7 with prom and ball season in full effect. More proms and balls this weekend. It's the best intentions.
Yeah.
Parents do this with the best intentions. And the logic behind it even kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but y'all should know by now, man. This has
man.
been going on for 50 goddamn years.
Understood, but for whatever reason, there are parents that think they can handle this. And you can't.
No.
Because this story proves no matter how buttoned up you think you are, there will always be one drunk dick kid.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Lake Ave in the city of Rochester.
What happened?
Remember last week when we told you that Lake Ave was the deadliest road in the state of New York?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, luckily here nobody died.
All right.
But there was a crash between an RTS bus
God damn.
and an Uber.
Oh.
Authorities say the Uber, which had passengers in it, sideswiped the bus when the Uber driver swerved to avoid two other cars on Lake Avenue.
Right. Damn.
Now, no one in the bus was hurt, which is good. One of the
Well, you ain't hurting a bus with an Uber.
You ain't hurting a bus with an Uber. One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas
You
songs.
ain't hurting no bus with an Uber. Goober.
Okay. One of the passengers in the Uber went to the hospital to get checked out, but it seems
All right, so we're cool.
yeah, everyone's fine. Police did issue tickets to someone, but they don't specify who.
All right.
So we don't know if it was the RTS driver that was ticketed, the other cars that they had to swerve to miss, or the Uber driver. So, with all that being said, Tommy,
Yeah.
you're in the back of an Uber, which sideswipes a bus in an attempt to avoid two other cars on the road.
Yeah.
How many stars do you give that Uber driver?
I guess I was just thinking, do you tip them stars? Okay. Well, it depends how it went down.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
I don't want to.
If you feel like that Uber driver actually did the safest thing possible, then maybe you're thankful.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't want to hurt my rating either. Like if I use Uber a lot,
No, you're right.
I don't want to have my rating up if I'm okay.
Like if I know I'm gonna need to use Uber or Lyft again, then I don't want to.
It ain't my car, and if I'm fine, I think I give the guy. I star his ass up.
And are you extra tipping? I
Not extra tipping, but I'm gonna tip.
Dude's car's all smashed up. You don't feel an obligation to give a little extra cash?
I'm gonna tip you out nice.
Are you going to say that? I'm going to tip you out the appropriate amount. I'm sorry. Good luck with your means of making money disabled.
What if I give him 20 beans?
Is that what you normally would?
Yeah, 20%.
A big.
20%.
20% is
It's
different than 20
$20.
20 beans.
20% on what, a $10 ride? Wow, $2.
You know it would
That's
be,
pretty good.
Maybe it'll buff out.
You know, it would be really complicated though.
What?
Is maybe like if a situation like this happens, maybe you don't get charged for the Uber. That's when you would have to make the decision: do I go out of my way to pay this person?
Oh, wait. They would just.
They might because you didn't. I'm doubting you're going to get to your destination, so I don't know how that would work with Uber.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. If they wiped it clean, the bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would give them a nice tip.
20% of nothing?
20% of what you think it would have been.
What you think it would have been? Here's $1.
What was it? A $5
All
ride?
right, go get yourself an air freshener, half an air freshener. All right, so to folks who drive Uber,
Yeah.
252 WCMF or Lyft or whatever, 252 WCMF, if you get into an accident, do they charge the person in the back of the car? Because I'd be kind of pissed, even if it wasn't that person's fault, because I got to find another way to get to my destination.
Well, you'd be really screwed if you're like on a highway, and you're like, what do I do?
Yeah. Can you get picked up by an Uber on the highway?
No, because you can't stop on a highway.
Well, you technically can't stop, but like, how does that work? Does like
You'd have to walk somewhere safe where he could pull over.
Yeah.
Get your ass.
what I'm asking is, let's say I order an Uber while I'm standing on the side of 390.
Yeah.
Does the app prevent that person from seeing where I am? Because there are Uber drivers that'll be like, screw it, I want the fare.
Yeah.
I'll pull over and pick someone up.
And what if your car breaks down or something? I mean, that may not be in the most convenient spot.
Yeah, because
so.
you got to put an address in, right?
Well,
no,
I think you can drop like a location.
This is where I am
Yeah.
on 390.
On 390, slow down.
All right, so it's always the simplest explanations that make for the easiest answers.
Yeah.
Right. Like as we talk about this Uber thing, would you tip them? Would you pay them out to the end? Rick writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, "You just see, was it their fault? If not, I pay them. If it was, I'm not paying them." Well, here's the thing. Think about how the average person drives in the back of an Uber. You're not paying attention.
No.
You're looking at your phone.
Yeah.
So it's very possible that the people in the back of this car have no idea if it was the fault of the Uber driver or the fault of someone else on the road.
You're not like more alert when you're in an Uber or Lyft.
No, you
Oh,
are?
see, I'm like looking straight forward.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, like I think I'm more aware of like my ride than when I'm, like if my husband's driving. Or
Oh, no,
something.
I got my eyes on my phone because I don't want to have conversation with the person driving.
No, I look around a lot more.
Really?
Yeah.
You get
I
anxious in
think
the back of
I
an
think
Uber?
it's just being
Yeah, because it's not a
anxious.
taxi. It's amateur hour, man.
And also
in
sometimes
somebody's car.
sometimes I'm paying more attention because I want like if I want to get dropped off somewhere specifically, I'm trying to like wait to point it out to them.
Especially if you size up the driver, right?
Oh.
Because I know, like, they give you like an image of what the person is.
Uh-huh.
But if I look at this person, I go, man, you look a little low end.
What do you mean look low end?
If the car looks a little low end, if the person looks a little low end,
What could the person
But
do
you're
to look
still-
low end?
you know what a low end person
No, I
looks
don't,
like?
because your definition of low end person is different than
Yeah.
I wouldn't call any human being low end.
There's a billion low enders.
No, I'm a good person.
Bro, there's like
Everyone's got potential.
what are they waiting on?
Well, that's what potential is. It's not there yet.
But if I see busted and I've been busted car, I'm definitely not looking up my phone.
Hey,
I'm
bro,
with Kimmy.
I do look around a lot.
Bro,
Yeah.
how many Fortune 500 CEOs do you think drive Uber on?
It's not that.
What is
it's
it?
Not that.
What is
you,
it?
You look unkempt.
Unkempt? Is that
kept.
what you're looking for? Unkept? Oh, yeah,
Unkept.
you're right. Unkept.
Well, I remember one time I had
Sean
this.
Kempt?
She was like a really sweet, like older woman, but she had to be like up there in age, and she kept missing the turns. Like she just wasn't paying attention to the directions. So I felt like I kind of had to like guide her through where we were going.
Yeah, old lady, I'm definitely.
Like, I think I was supposed to turn there. Yep, and the one before that, you were also supposed to turn there.
No, you weren't thinking old lady. You were thinking like piercing that bothers you, pajama pants with Cookie Monster on.
Yes.
That's what you were thinking.
Slobs. I don't want to be. If I got a slob driver and you got slob car and I'm stuck on slob transportation, yeah.
So just to be clear,
Yeah.
Mr. Pittsford wants folks doing ride-sharing services.
Hey, look
Oh, hold on,
professional.
no, a gig economy
Look
job.
Hey,
Hey, you want to,
professional.
like show up in a tuxedo?
What
are
is
you-
wrong with you?
See where you go too far. I
I'm
just
asking.
look professional.
What is professional?
Look clean.
What
look like you took a shower and you shaved. Right? I don't want to see greasy hair.
I love- okay,
and
so-
I don't want to see food in your car.
Oh, so you've gotten out of Ubers then?
no, I'm
No,
stuck.
you haven't. No, you're not stuck. You can cancel the ride.
No,
you can
because
tell them,
I'm-
thank you.
I'm stuck.
You can look at him and go, sorry, you're a low-end person.
No, you
I
got-
don't trust based on how you
I got
look.
to supper with this slobby douche.
I got a supper with this slobby douche.
Yes.
Oh, suffer. I thought you said supper, like you're going to eat something in the back of the
No,
car.
no, suffer.
Gotcha.
While he eats his supper. If I see like rappers, oh God,
Bro, they're working by driving. Of course there's going to be rappers.
clean up. They don't tolerate that in New York City cabs.
Bro, New York City cabs are also disgusting.
No, they're buttoned up.
My,
bro.
and when's the last time you got in a
Depends.
cab in New York,
It
bro?
varies.
Very nice. Always nice.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the story that happened earlier this week. An Uber and a RTS bus were involved in a car accident. After police say the Uber had to swerve out of the way of two other cars, they hit the bus. Everyone looks like they were okay, but there were passengers in the Uber. And we're trying to figure out how you're going to handle this. Let's talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
Hello, Duffy.
What's up, buddy?
So I do Uber driving part-time, and I have never been in this type of situation. I've never been in an accident. But as a driver, if you do get in an accident, obviously you report everything to Uber, and to my knowledge, they do like cancel the charge, so it doesn't charge the people.
So you don't get paid if you got in an accident?
I don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, I've never had it happen.
Well, hey, man, thanks for calling up with no information.
Well, at least you as the passenger, you don't get charged.
Well, yeah, but this person...
Yeah, the passengers don't have to pay for that.
Okay, but like the person who's driving, right? Like that's got to be one of the worst days of your life. Nobody wants to drive an Uber, right? You do it because it's a necessary situation. Then you're in the middle of working. This accident takes away your ability to earn money using this vehicle. And to top it all off, the little bit of money I would have gotten for this interaction, I do not get.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, Uber still covers the insurance, so
Okay.
they'll cover what's got to happen as far as.
But
the
you got no
repairs.
car to make no money.
Ain't got no
Yeah, but you
car,
can-
ain't
you
got
can-
no
no
money,
money.
but I got Cookie Mouse and pajama pants.
Uber has a setup though where you can rent a car to use it for Ubering.
Oh,
though.
okay.
So you're not out of options.
All right, well, that's good. Hey, Caleb, how do you dress when you are Ubering people?
Casual, I guess. I don't know.
That's slob.
I don't dress up, but I'm not busted.
Well, good news for you. Tommy's not getting in your car, Caleb.
Have you worn
thank God.
Have you worn sweatpants while Ubering?
No.
Okay.
He wears professional driving trousers.
Caleb, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes. No info, Caleb. I still can't get over the idea.
What?
Like, that is such a guy your age, high end. I think that I'm better than everybody else,
Why?
even though
I
I
don't
live in
think
my
I'm
wife's
better
house.
than
Thing.
anybody
You
else.
know, when I go to McDonald's, I want your polo shirt tucked into your
It's weird
pants.
that you would even notice what they're driving. Like, are you like looking in their window to check out their pants situation?
I-
Hey, let me see your pants, son.
I make the young man get up, and I have him turn around a couple of times.
Would something like this keep you from Ubering ever again?
No, I mean, I guess if I'm okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it
And
still
you
would.
still might be
I
in
mean, it was a
situations where you
violent thing,
have
maybe.
to.
You know, it really got bad.
Okay, but I mean, even this situation right on Lake Avenue, like we talked last week, like we said about how
Yeah.
Lake Ave is the deadliest road in New York, according to a recent
Yeah.
study. And even if you're okay, right, like the jarring of
Yeah.
car swerves, you hit a bus, that would freak people out.
Yeah, but I guess if that happened in a cab, and you would still get in another cab if you needed it if you were traveling, right? It wouldn't deter you from taking a cab.
You know, to your point,
Yeah.
ride sharing is such an interesting business model because there are massive benefits, right? Like
Yeah,
folks are able to work when they want. Some folks love doing it.
Just the convenience of it.
Mm-hmm.
And before ride sharing, getting a cab in Rochester was almost
Impossible.
Thank you. No one had ride homes from the bar, from the airport,
Yeah.
unless that person was related to them.
Or
It's
they
made-
charge you a lot of money for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
it changed the game in Rochester because of the lack of cab situation.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, like you were talking about earlier, if you go to a major city, you know that cab driver is a pro,
Yeah.
right?
He's licensed.
They have to take super complicated tests.
Yeah.
And the money they spend on those medallions in New
Yeah.
York City.
This is a big investment.
I mean, with Uber, there are great drivers and not
Mm-hmm. It's
so
been a
great.
mix anytime I've used them.
And you don't know what you're going to get because, like, even that star system is flawed, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
because folks feel they can't always be honest because then that Uber driver is going to hit them with negative
Right.
feedback,
Yeah.
right? So it's like
It's a mutual firing squad.
exactly. And like, even if you were freaked out enough where you didn't want to use the ride sharing anymore, there isn't like another option,
No.
you know?
I am surprised that when I get into a nice one, like, man, how are you making any money with this? Because this is like a really nice car. It's all buttoned up nice. I'm going, there's no way you're making money. You got too much invested,
Unless you're doing it just to pay for the car.
I guess. But then you're just running the car down, putting all the miles on it.
Running it down, it's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
bad
it must be
investment.
worth it.
It's your asset is depreciating.
No, the wear and tear, man.
Word time depreciation. You're not even getting 10 cents a
And the
mile.
taxes,
Oh, don't even remind me about the taxes.
and then the licensing, too much.
And what about the water authority?
Oh, don't even get me started with them.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, Tommy is an idiot. I'm the one that has to be in the car all day. Why am I going to dress professionally?
Because you're doing a professional job.
He goes on, you're not a celebrity. I'm not driving a limo. You're not going to the Met Gala or to an airport to go overseas. Shut up and sit in the back of the car.
All right, this guy's a pig.
Bill's a pig.
Bill's a pig.
Bill the pig.
Stinky Billy the pig.
He's
Oh,
absolutely.
he'd probably be stinky if he wore uncomfortable clothes. Be sweating all afternoon.
Thank you.
How does that work? You put on nice clothes.
I don't know. I know, like
You're
my,
not pushing
my
the
husband
car.
hates
You're
dressing
just
up because he
driving.
sweats.
How much sweating you doing driving?
In a suit?
No, not as soup, but in nice, just clean, ironed clothes.
Can I wear shorts?
Eh,
Oh, my God.
it's very unprofessional.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Oh, we're gonna creep it out.
Speaking of unprofessional, all of the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We got the creep cap coming at you. And look, it's a warning. This is a warning.
All right.
And we're not your moms. You're going to do what you want to do. You are breaking the law. But, Kimmy, even as stupid as this idea is, it comes from a place of concern.
Oh.
And you may even understand the twisted logic behind it. But if you are a parent during prom and ball season that thinks, I can do this and everything will be just fine, in fact, it's the safer way, you have to remember,
Yeah.
every time this happens, there is always, always, always one drunk dick kid.
And he gets a vote.
And sometimes it's the one you don't think it's going to be.
Oh, also a great point. And one of those kids has someone in the news this morning, and we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. although this is always a bad idea,
Yeah.
most parents start with the best intentions. You think they're going to do this without me anyways.
It's so arrogant.
But here's the thing, Tommy. Like, there is logic to it. Without you, them doing this is going to be far more dangerous.
Yeah. Okay.
But with junior proms and senior ball season upon us,
Yeah.
this is a reminder to all parents who think supervising teens doing this is the right way to go. You cannot control drunk kids the way you think you can.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy boy.
You are so gross.
You are welcome.
Gross-blooded. We take all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We call it the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
It feels so dirty. Get down on the creep cap on WCMF.
No fun. Look at my teeth.
Oh, I had fun with my teeth. I was doing a little nibbling last night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's that?
No, I just had some cereal.
No, you didn't. You just said you don't eat cereal.
After I was at your mom's house, you didn't let me finish.
Eating all Pat cereal.
For God's sakes, I didn't say anything about your trunk.
But you should have been left at home alone when you were 16, man. You were rubbing one out in the kitchen.
That's
And
where
then you complained about your mother's cooking.
that's where the family computer was. What was I supposed to do?
Your imagination would go upstairs.
And Ryan was home. I
Take your
couldn't.
Just think
imagination
about
and
two
do that
girls
in your
kissing.
room.
Why would I question a man's penis?
I guess when you put it like that.
I never question a penis.
Okay.
I accept a penis as it is.
No, I understand, and that's very open-minded.
And you should always accept penises.
You literally touch it and it moves.
No, that was your mom.
How dare you call
That was self-propelled, baby.
if I ever
Is that your lawnmower noise?
That's his mama.
okay,
But trying to be a lawnmower.
you knew
She
the answer.
purrs like a Toro mower.
if I ever
And I'm
hear
a lawn boy.
shut up.
Lawn boys here. I support the fleet.
Bet you do.
Yes, I do. I'll wait for him on the dock and say thank you, young men. All the seamen, I salute you.
You try to forget everything you ever knew too.
What, Mike be late coming at you with a big old boner?
At 76. Oh,
No, at 86.
come on.
Way to make it better.
Oh.
That's what my mother was saying. Michael. I have really good bone density.
Yeah, I heard you do.
Yeah, I gave it to your mom
Yeah,
last
no,
night.
that's not. I was doing a joke. Damn it.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. This story, Tommy,
Yeah, what happened?
comes to us from Wayne County. Authorities were called to a neighborhood after reports of kids throwing rocks at cars.
Jesus.
So police say when they got there,
Yeah.
they found the kids, and police say the kids were drunk. Now, according to the story, none of the kids were arrested.
Okay.
However, there was a woman over the age of 21, whose age we do not know, it is not included in
Okay.
the story, that was arrested.
So she was she being accused of hanging with them?
No, this woman allegedly provided alcohol to the underage
Oh.
kids, and because of that, is now facing charges of criminal mischief and unlawfully dealing with a child.
Yeah.
She has a court date coming up. And in this story, without an age, we
Yeah.
can't say for sure what her situation was. If this was like a 22-year-old that knew some 19-year-olds
Yeah.
and she bought him booze, or if this is a
Parent of
40-year-old
some sort,
mom.
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But this story actually shows up at the perfect time.
Yeah.
We are in formal season.
Oh, yeah.
Proms, balls, graduation parties, all that stuff. And with those events come underage drinking.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous time of the year. It has to be.
Without question. What do they say? The deadliest 100 days?
It's
Kimmy?
got to be, right?
Yeah. It's a hard time for parents of teenagers because you have to make a choice. Do you, A, let your kid go off and have fun on their own,
Mm-hmm.
and assuming they're going to drink, hope to God they make the safe decision? Do you, B, watch them like a hawk, keep them away from anything like that, and shut down their social life for the evening? Or do you, C, host a party where you, as the grown-ass person, allow these teenagers to drink, but under your supervision, so nothing gets dangerous or out of control?
Okay.
So if I presented you those three options, Tommy, A, B, or C, let them go, hope for the best. B, keep them around with nothing. C, allow them to have fun under your supervision illegally. What is your option?
Okay. The last one is the worst.
C is off the table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do not host a party serving kids alcohol because they say, what is it? He who hosts loses the most.
That's what they say. They out here saying that.
So that's a disaster. I would say the first one. Just let them go off.
where they go.
Because nobody's coming to your dry party. They're gonna go find if they want to drink. They're gonna go find the booze.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you
so-
hosting, to your point, one of the funniest things I saw from parents back in the day, that they would host the parties to keep the kids in line. They'd also drink.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it's cocktail hour. Like the parents.
Well, it would be like the parents getting together and
they're all drinking,
yeah.
and the kids are drinking. Like it goes so off the rails, man.
It does, but that was my experience a lot of the time.
Right.
So I got
Hey,
kidding.
we're having a party. Oh, ho, ho.
Okay, it is easy for a man
Yeah.
without a child
Yeah.
to sit
Well,
here
yeah.
and go,
Because like you're saying go off, but like
I'm not
all of a
telling
sudden
you
you
to
get a
go
knock
off.
at your door like, hey, just found your kid drunk in the woods.
or you get a call from the cops or something even worse.
I understand that, but if alcohol's because your theory is though to host this party is they're going to drink anyway,
That's what that is the thought process from parents who do.
and
this.
I understand that. But then you keeping them safe. To your point, every kid that walks in your house gets a vote on how this is going to go tonight, and you can't watch everybody.
Okay, so let's talk about that because, like, again, it's easy for you in your rolled up sleeve shirt where your rolled up sleeves are actually 3 times wider than the wrist they are covering.
It's a Bobby Graham, no big deal.
I mean, if you have teenage kids that are going off to balls and proms and they're going to parties or something, right? Like, you will not sleep that night.
And kids can't handle alcohol.
Well,
no
obviously,
kid can.
yes, because there's a reason why.
Right, but so if you think they can or you can, you're fooling yourself.
All right, but here's the thing, Tommy. Parents who do this thing are painted as dangerous and stupid. And although
The ones that host.
yes, and although in hindsight that may be true, I do think a lot of the time, and don't get me wrong, do not do this. Do not
Yeah.
do this. It is a stupid idea. But that idea does come from a place of love. I think that
It's ignorant. It's very ignorant.
no, but I think it's also ignorant of you to be like, you go off and hope for the best. That's a very ignorant thing to say.
Oh, I understand that it could go bad, but I don't think you can control these kids.
Oh my God. You can't control these damn kids.
you
They're right here.
can't.
They're stealing kids. Their pants are hanging halfway down their ass.
Look at them.
For God's sakes. All right. The story we just told
Can't
you.
control their goddamn diet.
The story we just told you out in Wayne County with these underage kids drunkenly throwing rocks at cars, according to police, with an overage woman buying them alcohol.
Good God.
It illustrates one massive problem with the plan of we're going to let kids drink at our house illegally. If you let underage kids drink on your watch,
Yeah.
there will always be at least one drunken dick kid you cannot
There
control.
will always be like a shirtless Corey in the middle of the street.
Corey, get back inside. Corey!
So it's always Corey.
And you know what I'm also afraid of? The parent that doesn't know that kid is drinking at
Yeah.
your house.
No, you're right.
And that
Yeah.
kid comes home drunk. Where were you?
You're absolutely right.
Well, I think
You got
there
to deal with
is
that guy.
I agree with you.
in some of the situations I'm thinking too, I think parents get a little more comfortable if they know the other kid's parents. So like from my experience, it was always like the same group of people drinking together.
All right.
Not saying it can't go wrong because there are always other kids like brought in. But I think, and it always got very complicated too when your kid is like 19, 20-ish age.
Yeah.
Because they were kind of going off and doing that on their own. And I think parents are close enough to 21.
We've taken calls, Tommy. I'm sorry to cut you
No,
off.
no, no.
From parents that, multiple calls from parents that said they had bought their kids fake IDs
Oh, yeah.
at 19, 20 because they're doing it anyway at college. That exists.
It's also hard for me to wrap my head around because of my generation is nobody wanted to be drunk around. Nobody wanted to party with any parent or be around your parents. So like every time we had these parties, it was always off in the woods or at the beach or something like that.
Yeah, but here's what you're not factoring in. And that actually may be the key to these ending.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. When you were a kid, the drinking age was 18.
Right. But we weren't cozy with our parents either.
No, but the point I'm making is
Yeah.
it was not
Yes.
hard
No.
for you to find someone
Yeah.
that was 18 who you were friends with
Oh,
to go
yeah.
get that stuff.
Right.
When the drinking age is 21,
A lot more sneaking around.
yes, if I'm 15, 16, 17, I don't know any 21-year-old people, and if I do, that person should be in jail.
Yeah.
So, like,
And you're going to get in a lot more trouble when you're out in a random place caught drinking underage.
exactly. Like, you lived, I mean, we caught the end of it, although the
Yeah.
age wasn't 18. We could disappear. No one knew
Yeah.
where we were.
Yeah, true.
There are cameras everywhere. There are cops everywhere. Kids can't just disappear in a random field or
I
next
know.
to Long Pond or, in someone's backyard. That doesn't happen anymore.
All right.
Let me tell you how we did it. We got the ox attached to the cart, and we started heading west, and we had some whiskey with us. So we met up with Lewis
yeah.
and Clark, and we had ourselves a banger.
Whiskey in the West.
Shut up. Going back to that, there will always be a drunken
Yeah.
dick underage kid. Every parent who has thrown a party like this has had that experience with that kid. Kimmy, every party you went to as a kid.
Oh, 2 people immediately came to my mind.
Okay.
Because you felt bad not inviting them. And again, like they weren't always the kids that you thought were going to be the crazy ones.
Yeah,
like,
but you just pumped it full of alcohol. You don't know what you're going to get.
And you're right. You find that out. But like it was like the least crazy kid when they were sober.
Yeah.
That was always like the problem. Like they just couldn't handle it.
And yet, in the end, expectations and anticipation in a kid's head of what's going to happen tonight, and then you dump alcohol on top of it.
Yeah. Yes.
Man, that is a wildfire you can't control.
But here's the thing. It's never the alcohol when you're a parent that does this that gets you in trouble, right? Like in this story, for example, if these kids don't allegedly start chucking rocks at cars,
Right.
the
Nobody
woman's,
would know.
yeah, she's never arrested, right? It's the fight that happens at the party. It's the drunk kid that walks down your neighborhood
The
without
drama.
telling anybody. Yes, it's the idiot who brings Roman candles and starts shooting them off into the night. Something is going to happen where somebody stumbles upon a situation where you as a grown-ass person has a house full of drunken 17 and 18-year-old kids. And when that scenario presents itself,
Yeah.
the big problem that no parent considers, you can't do anything to stop it. Hear me out. You can't kick the kid out of the party because that's dangerous. You can't send him drunk off into the night.
Right.
You can't call the cops to get the kid under control because if you do that, you've been serving them alcohol. Maybe you can call the kid's parents, but like you said, Tommy, if they don't know you're serving underage kids, that's a whole other ball of wax.
And why did you let it happen? And why did you let this get out of control? And you can't put your hands on a kid.
Exactly. You sound disappointed.
No, but like just to control it, because this happened. So my brother had a really nice built-in pool, nice house, and I think my niece was in that situation with the kids coming over. It was a disaster, man. Like you couldn't control them. And then here's something else: girl fights broke out.
About to be a what? Girl fight?
Oh no, there's going to be a meeting in the ladies' room. Like, what do you do when you have all this drama going on top of this,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
You know, boyfriends, girlfriends, this and that, and then that explodes, and things get broken. It's a mess, man.
Bro, I'm with you.
It's no fun.
As a teenager, I was on the road telling jokes.
Yeah.
In bars, drinking every night.
Yeah.
That being said, the craziest experience of my teenage years was the night after my senior ball. And this kid who had a bunch of money,
Yeah.
his parents threw this
Big
party,
house, right?
huge house, and they had this giant backyard right on a body of water in Greece. We'll put it that way, right?
Yeah.
So the plan was everybody in our graduating class, like hundreds of kids,
Yeah.
set up tents, and we were all going. And the parents allowed everyone to drink, and so you got to leave your car case, da-da-da-da. And they had just food as far as the eye could see. They set up tents for beer pong.
Man, what suckers?
Bro,
It was funny that parents were like, well, as long as nobody drives, should be fine.
yes.
They're just going to destroy your house.
I have never seen chaos
Yeah.
like I witnessed that night. Right? Even being drunk and a teenager and having the greatest time of my life, there were times where it's like, oh,
Yeah, it's
like,
debauchery.
That's a story where one of the kids took a full sheet pizza and managed to catapult it on the side of the house,
Yeah.
and we all cheered as it slid down the cheese down the side of this siding.
It's like you're hosting the fall of the Roman Empire.
It really is.
Tell me if I'm wrong, too, because this is how I feel. That kid that always took it too far, or kids that always took it too far, I still don't trust them to this day as adults.
Good call.
Like, I just think, like, I wonder if that kid ever got it together. Probably not.
That's a good call. You know, all of this may be for nothing, and
Yeah.
it goes to something we talked about a second ago. The punishments, first of all, for getting caught are way more severe now.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So parents are, thank God, a little more weary of doing this. But more importantly, like we talked about, Kimmy, when we were kids, the drinking age was 21. But
Yeah.
our parents were your age,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So they were able to legally drink at 18 when
They
they were
looked
kids.
at it a little differently, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was this weird idea from some parents when we were younger, Kimmy. If I was allowed to do it at your age, you should be allowed to do it too.
Yeah, because I mean, think about like stories that my parents have said. Like, you know, because the drinking age was 18, that means you started even earlier, like trying
Oh,
to
yeah.
get into bars and stuff.
could.
So like they looked at us at like 15, 16, and are like, well, at least you're not doing that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now, kids that are 17, 18 now, all of their parents grew up in a 21 and older drinking America.
Yeah.
So maybe fewer parents today see 16, 17, and 18 drinking as no big deal. I mean, we did it, but it was a pain in the ass to do it.
And you know what went wrong? You know?
What?
And you know what?
Oh, I thought you were
yeah.
going to tell me
when
what
things went off the rail.
Yes,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. So did you guys. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
you tell stories of being at you.
Yeah.
You sit here now and be like, oh, don't host. Meanwhile, I open my apartment to my teenage niece and her boyfriend at 17.
Still married.
Yeah.
Doing
lucky.
great in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Proud of those kids.
Because she got knocked up in the apartment that night. Had no choice. She's a shotgun bride at a muley apartment. I mean, parents of kids now may have also lucked out because we've seen several studies, Tommy. Nationally, kids are drinking way less.
That's what I was just thinking of. And they're not having the sex either, right?
No, not having the sex.
I thought the teen sex was down.
It is. No, the teen sex is down.
So this is good. You're in a sweet spot here, man.
It doesn't mean it's not happening.
Hey, the fire's way down, though, right? The flame was here, it's down to here.
Man, without underage drinking and teenage sex, what would you have to talk to your niece about when you were in your 30s?
I was a cool uncle, man.
Yeah, cool uncle, felon. I mean, either one.
Felon. It's family.
Both start with F. Felon, family, felon.
She still appreciates it to this day.
I would love to know, Kimmy, if we could inject, you're not Kimmy, if we could inject a truth serum into every teenage kid and do a national poll.
Yeah.
Like, what percentage of kids want to have one of these, like, rager drunk parties anymore?
Well, who doesn't want to party?
Well,
I
'cause
do
kids aren't drinking.
wonder. I wonder, like, even like growing up as a kid, you had an image of what those parties would look like because they were in like every teen movie and stuff. Are your daughters? Is that as prevalent as it was when we were kids? Those movies that made you think like high school was just going to be this wild drunk time.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, because there wasn't One Tree Hill or
Right,
Can't Hardly
right.
Wait or yeah, I know what you mean. You're right.
So like they don't maybe have that image of teenage party that we did. I don't know.
That's
if
a
that
good
influences
point.
it at all.
I mean, every teenage show that my daughters watch on like Netflix or whatever, it's just like the most ridiculous drama. There isn't really a lot of underage. Oh my god, she's got cancer and you cheated on her. Oh my god,
Like
and
nobody's jumping off a roof into the pool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, the 7th episode, one of them becomes a vampire. Like you could tell, like the show wasn't doing well, and like we got to throw something in here. Yeah, now you're a werewolf. Oh my god, she had cancer and you're a werewolf and you cheated on her.
Cancer with werewolf.
Werewolf cancer. Okay. Let's go from one illegal substance, underage alcohol, to another.
What is that?
This story is mind-blowing because we know if you want to grow, sell, distribute marijuana in the state of New York, you need a license.
Yeah, it's all set up, right?
Despite that, there are smaller places, gas stations, bodegas, that have been caught trying to sell marijuana.
Yeah, a little side action.
We have yet to see an operation, growing operation, busted.
Why are they in trouble?
Because you need a license to do that too.
Oh, they weren't licensed.
And Tommy,
Yeah.
when you find out not only A, how much they were allegedly producing, but B, where this was going.
Oh.
Kimmy, this story doesn't make any sense.
I don't get it, so maybe somebody can explain it to me because I would think you're selling it to the same person.
Well, if there's one thing we've learned doing this show,
What's that?
that when we ask folks who use marijuana on a regular basis to help us out, it always goes really well. So we'll figure it out next here in the break room. I'll see you, Matt. something here doesn't make sense.
What's the matter?
Like 0 cents.
Yeah.
Because it's not hard to illegally sell marijuana out of a storefront.
Yeah.
You just put a price tag on.
Mhm.
What these folks are accused of, Kimmy, the way that this was all designed almost seemed impossible. Even more so when you find out, according to authorities, who they were selling it to.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, 7:50. There are lots of things that can make a flight uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Turbulence, air conditioning doesn't work, no drink service.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. But I would argue
Yeah.
that above all of that, this would make for the worst flight of your life.
Really?
We'll tell you the story just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. There is a big and weird story coming out of Wayne County this morning.
What happened?
We are only doing stories from Wayne County, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah. 2 men have been arrested for a massive marijuana growing and distribution set up in Walworth.
So a big old farm?
Yep. The farm, called Integrity Farms and Greenhouses. 2 reasons why that's funny. One, the weed farm in South Park, for those who are unfamiliar, is called Integrity Farm.
Was it really?
Yes. I don't know if that was on purpose
Okay.
here, if the allegations are true. 2, based on what they're accused of, not a lot of integrity here.
Yeah.
They were put under investigation in January, and the investigation showed up after someone filed a complaint over what they were doing.
Oh, somebody narked.
Yes. Story on 13 Wham shows pictures of the place, and it looks like any other legitimate commercial farm.
Right.
Like if you drove by it, you would just think it's a farm.
Yeah.
The state says that these men were never given a license to legally grow marijuana, but they were. A lot of it.
Okay. Well, yeah, you got a farm.
Pretty big operation.
All right, so we got a farm here.
Right.
Tommy, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to guess how many plants investigators say they seized from the farm yesterday.
Well, like if they had like an acre, maybe?
Go ahead.
Was it grown outside?
Give me a
or-
shot. They know they had greenhouses and stuff.
I'm going to say 100 mature plants.
100 mature plants. Kimmy, you saw
Which is, that's a ton, right?
that's a ton of plants,
Yeah,
right?
it would make
I
a
mean,
lot.
That
I saw the stories.
That would be 30 times
Yeah.
the amount you're allowed to have legally.
Mm.
Little more than 100.
Right.
Authorities say they seized just under 30,000 mature plants.
So that would have to be outside
Huge.
acreage of plants.
30,000.
Yeah.
Now, it looks like it was inside, Kimmy. It said they had growing
I mean,
rooms
I
in the
thought you
story.
kind of had to grow it inside in our climate, but I guess
Oh,
I
yeah,
could be
I guess so,
wrong.
yeah.
I mean, like if you're growing all year round.
So how big are these barns, man?
Pretty big, looks like, because they had 30,000 plants according to the police. And on top of that, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, that's all right.
They say they also found 3,700 pounds of processed marijuana.
So that it's all ready to go.
Kimmy, can you Google what a pound of marijuana is worth? Thank you.
So,
Authorities say, I'm sorry, there were 6 separate grow rooms on the 6-acre property
damn.
that was raided
all
yesterday.
right.
Go ahead.
So where were they moving this stuff to? Who's buying it?
So that's
That's a ton of weed.
So that's where this story gets really weird.
What?
Story on 13 Wham says the illegal growing operation in Wayne County
Yeah.
was selling cannabis to legal growing operations.
Oh, so like the regular stores.
To quote this, no, not stores,
No, not stores.
growing
Yeah.
operations.
Which doesn't make any sense because I picture the growing operation to be exactly what they were doing.
You would
Oh,
think
so
so.
other growing up.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So this quote from a story on 13 Wham yesterday, the farm was allegedly selling cannabis to several authorized growing facilities in New York, including in North Tonawanda, Niagara County, Clarence, and Erie County. So this is where we need help.
So they pass it off to another farm, and they're claiming, yeah, we grew this ourselves, and we're legal because we're licensed.
So I don't know.
But that's what I don't get.
Well,
Like,
why would you
was-
risk your license to do that when you're
So,
just
like-
you'd have more to sell?
So this is where we have no information. This
Yeah.
is where we may need help.
This is what we're, the gap in the story here.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I have 3 questions. Question 1.
Yeah.
Why would another growing operation buy from a growing operation?
Because you're not producing enough.
Or are they buying the plants to plant and then harvest
Oh.
afterwards? Is that a common practice? 2, did these other growing operations not know that these people weren't licensed?
Yeah.
And if that is the case, how is that possible? 3,
Yeah.
whether or not they knew, are these other growing operations, because they purchased from this illegal place allegedly, in trouble with the state of
You
New
would
York?
think they'd be in trouble.
Unless they just were unaware and assumed they had a
Yeah.
license.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
they're-
you just can't say that. Because they would have said, did you ask for to see the guy's license to sell this stuff?
But here's the thing. I don't know how
Could have
this...
faked it. I mean, I guess unless you really know what you're supposed to be looking at. I don't know what that looks like.
And let's go further here. Now, we're not on the inner workings of how the law and the licenses and everything, right? But it has been very confusing from the beginning of the rollout of marijuana. What was okay, what wasn't okay, what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. We've taken calls from folks that own dispensaries, from folks that were getting ready to grow. The money they've invested to that point, Kimmy, I wouldn't think that folks that had legitimate license would risk all of the money.
And
Why
I
would
just
you?
don't get what the profit is, because if you're buying the product that you're supposed to be selling, are you making that much money?
Yeah,
off
you
the-
ain't getting retail.
But again, if I have a plant that's going to continue to produce, right, and I'm buying the plant from them, like what happens to these legal growers if, according to police, they were buying from this illegal place?
I would think they'd get the chef too.
But if they didn't know?
Yeah, but they're gonna say you should have asked. You should have investigated.
So, like, when I go to a place to do business,
Right.
do they have to show me their license, like, every time? Do you assume when you walk on it? Because, bro, when you look at the pictures.
Well, I'm guessing now you're gonna have to after this
Yeah.
guy got busted.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not guys, it's guys. There were two
Two
men.
dudes, right?
Yeah, two men
Yeah.
that were arrested. You ready for this? The two men arrested, one from Staten Island, one from California.
Yeah.
And they're here.
Yeah.
They are looking at a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years in prison
Damn.
if they're convicted of all the charges that they're
But
facing.
man, what a setup.
Okay. So let's talk about that. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. You are so dumb.
What?
252 WCMF. We're talking about this farm yesterday, Integrity Farms, out in Walworth.
Out there by Shady Acres.
They were raided yesterday. They, according to police, after an investigation that started in January, police say they seized 30,000 mature marijuana plants from the farm. They say they seized 3,700 pounds of processed marijuana, and then there's a problem because this 6-acre property where there were 6 separate growing rooms, according to authorities, did not have a license to grow marijuana. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
let's talk risk versus reward, because we are a big risk versus reward show. When you see stories like this of all of the plants that were taken and all of the marijuana that was seized, your first thought was,
God damn, that's some money.
That's a lot of money, right?
Bro, what we just still didn't find out what a pound of weed costs?
So medium
retail for?
medium quality flour can cost between. I mean, it's a range. Can cost between $800 to $1,600.
All right, so let's go low end. Let's say low end.
$800 a pound, I could retail that stuff for once it's processed.
You got it. All right, so $800 a
But
pound.
high quality goes for way more.
But let's go basic
Okay,
bottom
yeah.
barrel.
All right.
So just with what was seized at $800 a pound, that's $2.9 million.
God damn, of course you ain't passing that up, man.
Okay, so let's break that down. You hear that money? He's rubbing
But
his
who
hands
knows what
together.
they were selling it for? If they're selling it to another grower, I would assume that's less than that.
Okay, but let's cut it in half. You're still making 1.5 mil.
true.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So 30,000 plants. Okay. Tommy, take the potential jail time out of it. A mandatory minimum of 10 years in prison.
Yeah.
What you never factor in when
What's
you
that?
Okay. The state comes and when they raid you, they take those 30,000 plants.
I know.
They
you shut down.
they confiscate the 3,700 pounds of
That's if you
processed
get
marijuana.
caught.
Okay, but they got caught.
I understand.
So they are out at minimum $3 million in just the processed marijuana. Kimmy, can we get a Google for what a plant retails for? If I can buy a plant,
a mature plant?
a mature plant, because they had 30,000 of them.
Oh, man.
And on top of that, even before you, without thinking about losing potentially $3 million,
Plus the corn maze they're going to make it Halloween.
how much money did it take to grow and cultivate all
I
of
bet
that
you it ain't
product?
that much,
I
man, because
bet-
they already got a farm.
Bro.
They've already got they didn't build this. If this was already an operating farm and they're doing this on the side, you already got the equipment.
Oh, you probably got one of them free farms that they're giving away to people.
No, but let's say they decided to, turn this into half farm,
Yeah.
half illegal operation.
Sure. And I'm sure, man, that they can just go back to farming regularly now.
No, they're screwed.
They lost everything.
But man, think
If
of
the
how
allegations are true.
think how hard it is for a farm to raise a legitimate farm.
Yeah.
To make $1 million.
Sure.
Brutal.
Okay.
Brutal.
Yeah.
I would take that risk.
You would take that
Oh,
risk.
my God,
So
yes.
10 years in jail and all of the money
If
that
I get caught, bro.
you're going to get caught.
Not everybody gets caught.
How did these
Not
people-
every criminal gets caught. You got to be smart.
Bro, how can you be smart,
Smart.
when you have 6 acres of illegality?
Yeah, but it's covered up, bro.
Wasn't covered up well enough, according to authorities here.
And by the way, somebody narked on him.
Yes. Yeah. Bro, if
Don't
this
hang
is,
out with narcs.
If this is someone with a legitimate license that narked on him, I completely understand why you
No,
would.
but this could have been some farm narc.
Okay, treat your people better.
I grow legal tomatoes, and he's over there making $1 million.
Oh, so you're telling me that all the people that invested in licenses, bought the right equipment, did it the right way, they don't have a reason to be upset here?
They do, but can I be a little criminal over here?
No,
and
you
do my
can't because you're
thing?
taking money out of their pocket.
Well, that's what criminals do.
Exactly. So if I have a way to shut it down, I'm shutting it down. Bro, if you had a way to call the cops on every competing radio show in town, you would do the same thing. Kimmy, what does a mature plant go
So
for?
there is like a wide range of prices I'm seeing here.
Okay.
So a small plant, which is like up to 2 feet, says it could go for like $15 to $20.
Okay.
But then it
That's a
also
sapling.
says the value of one mature weed plant can range from $450 to over $7,000. So
Okay.
I have no idea what that
Jeez.
entails
All right, let's just
or
go-
what the difference is.
Let's go low end, let's say 500.
Yeah.
30,000 plants
Yeah.
that authorities say that they confiscated at $500 a piece is $15 million.
Oh, baby.
Yesterday
I can buy the Yankees.
on the lowest end,
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the new owners of the New York Yankees, these two potheads.
and they're only worth $15 million. Tommy,
Hello,
playing
hello.
shortstop.
Hello, everybody.
At minimum, yesterday,
Yeah.
the state confiscated $18 million in product. How smart do you look?
Yeah, but man, the temptation to that money has got to be so intoxicating.
Sure, you know what?
Well, tell you something about jail.
10
Jail's
years,
bad.
mandatory minimum.
You want to go to jail?
Hey, let's keep in mind, too,
Hey,
bro.
Hey, you want to go to jail, guy?
Hey.
Yeah.
Something else.
Keep playing your plans.
So what are you waiting for then? Go do it.
I can't do it. I'm a coward.
Puss ass bitch. Like you sit here, you know what would be great?
Well, if I opened up Puss Ass Bitch Ranch and farm, the old Puss Ranch.
There's another thing that I'm always curious about. Isn't that where they put your mom out to stud? Or what's a female version of that? Billy? Your mom's a whore. So New York has their laws against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's also keep in mind that it's a federally controlled substance. It's not legal technically based on federal government laws. Do the feds get involved in something like this? It's a massive operation.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, by the way, if they're doing it, there's got to be a ton of these around the country.
So let's talk about that.
Well, maybe they thought, I wonder if people that started these types of operations thought they were so busy busting like the actual shops selling the illegal products that they thought like, well, they're not even going to see us over here.
They did.
I know.
They did.
But they just kind of started cracking down on this too.
So there's two ways this story goes.
Yeah.
If the allegations are true, either these guys have the world's biggest balls and stupidest idea, and they are the only ones that would even consider something like this, or we're going to find out over the next couple of months that there are multiple farms like this in New York.
Well, don't you think like based on the fact that they're not from here, some research was done to end up here and some advice was given to end up here
Okay.
doing that?
All right, it's possible.
You know,
Another thing.
like I don't think that, I doubt they're unique.
Another thing to consider with the guy being from California, according to police, one of the owners that's facing the charges here. Remember, one of the reasons, the big reason that marijuana legality was held up in New York State is part of their rollout of legal marijuana was the growers, the sellers, the companies that operated in New York had to be New York owned.
Yeah.
They looked at the issues they had in other states like Colorado where all of these corporations came in. They pushed the little guys out. They did not want that in New York. They wanted New York residents to benefit from the legality. And a Michigan company sued the state, and it held up the legality for like months.
Yeah.
Did this guy come and operate here if the allegations are true in this way because it was the only way he would
Sounds
have,
like it could have been.
he wouldn't be able to get it? But then again, this other guy's from Staten Island. Why wouldn't you put his name on the license?
Oh, yeah, true.
Doesn't make any sense. We got Instagram messages coming in. You can always get us a Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. John asks us, I thought the reason we did legal pot was to get rid of mandatory minimums for drug offenders. 10-year minimum sentence is a lot of time for pot. Is that surprising to you, that much time for what they're...
Well, I mean, maybe because it's the size of the operation.
Oh, by the way, the maximum is life in prison.
Right, that's still an option
Yeah.
for weed?
Yeah.
Jeez, I thought we got rid of all that crap.
Well, I mean, for possession and stuff.
Yeah.
But, I mean, these guys, like we just said, on the lowest end, that's $18 million worth of product, according to a Google search, which you should always trust.
It's a little different than having just like a couple extra baggies of marijuana in your pocket.
Joey Bag of Bones.
Oh, okay.
He writes us on Instagram. It's stores and other growers that are the biggest snitches. I don't know if he's saying like that's the right thing to do or the
but
wrong thing.
why would other growers
said
snitch
snitch.
on themselves in this case?
No, I think he means like legal growers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Saw it
but
and
they were
snitched.
selling to legal growers.
And that's maybe where he got in trouble. One of those legal growers blew him
Figured
in
it
when he
out.
showed up.
But you're also turning yourself in. 'cause
No,
you
he
were-
didn't buy. He sent him
Oh, I
away, and
see,
he goes,
I
"Hey,
see.
man, I'm not buying from
Could
you."
be.
And then he went and
Could
told
be
the
that.
authorities.
Again, if we're going to talk about, too, the hierarchy of how all this business gets
Yeah.
done, let's say there are farms that are selling to other farms
Yeah.
of mature plants. If I am in that business and I find out that this place without a license is selling to these places that could be buying from me,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm blowing that guy
yeah,
in.
yeah. He's gonna snitch.
Why would you not blow that guy in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not to mention, here's the other thing. If these guys are working illegally, right, I don't know what they're capable of if I'm a competitor with them.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what am I talking
What are you
about?
talking about?
You're willing to have a 10-year mandatory minimum, potential life in prison, all of these tens of millions of dollars potentially sitting
Yeah,
on your
yeah,
farm.
yeah, yeah.
And yeah, these ain't the Boy Scouts, bud.
Well, don't piss him off. Be nice.
You mean like being a competitor? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kimmy.
I was gonna say, didn't that kind of happen in California? Like it got really dangerous for some growers because it turned super competitive, and I think like some of those illegal operations were doing some not so great stuff.
Oh,
I think there's like a documentary about it on Netflix. Something Mountain, I don't know. I can't remember what it's
Marijuana
called.
Mountain.
But yeah,
She watched it thinking it was something else.
It's
yeah.
it's a whole story about kind of a situation just like this
I
where
gotta check it out.
yeah, like I don't even know if they were legally allowed to sell it or what,
Oh.
but it was a sketchy business.
No, well, okay, yeah. We got tons of people reaching out. I
Okay.
love to I appreciate all of the reach out, but I feel like people don't like calling on this stuff when they have an idea because they don't want to look like they're doing something wrong. Because Jeremy writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Me and my brother drove by when they were dumping the weed into the dump trucks and dumpsters. We slowed down, and about 10 sheriffs yelled at us. Well,
Keep it
yeah,
moving.
man.
Hey, what you guys doing over
Keep it
there?
moving.
Need any help?
I am really interested to see if we get any more of these.
Oh, you know there's got to be more of this stuff.
This seems too dumb for
There's
multiple.
too much money, though. I mean, when you start flashing $15 million, people, they get thoughts, Pat.
Mandatory
Bad
minimum.
thoughts.
Mandatory minimum.
I know, but some people aren't scared of that.
No, okay, but like
I don't want to be BF. Yeah.
that was a
No, you go to prison.
no.
you
I
get BF.
just get like that was a lot of steps to take to get there from where we were.
Well, that's your fear is going to prison and getting roughed up,
I would argue
butt style.
one of the worst songs of the early 2000s.
Roughed up butt style.
There were mandatory minimums for just possession, right?
Yeah.
So you had folks that were addicted back in the 80s and 90s that were getting mandatory minimum sentences
Oh,
for just
yeah.
having that on there. And
Yeah.
I agree that doesn't work. It's an addiction problem,
Yeah.
right? Like that person's going to go, they're not thinking about the consequences. These are businessmen.
Oh yeah.
It's not a businessman, it's a business man. Those people do consider these things.
Yeah, but $15 million.
And again, this isn't a desperate situation where it's like I'm in a bad spot and a couple of bucks can get me somewhere else. These are guys that, if the allegations are true,
Yeah.
and they had enough money to operate an entire
Yeah.
farm in
Yeah.
Walworth.
It's like Columbia. It is.
You want it to be cool so bad. Like,
Well, I just think all that, like, when you see like Escobar, like how he got so rich that, and this is how, like, you look at it, that's a small operation that could produce that much money.
yeah.
Think of the money he was making a month, where he told the country of Colombia, he goes, "Don't put me in jail. I will pay off all the debt to the country, all of it," and they passed. I would have taken that.
Yeah, of course you would have, stupid.
Debt-free country, and you got hippos.
Well, they didn't have hippos. He brought
No,
hippos
yeah.
in, but
Well,
you're
yeah, yeah,
but
he
you're
brought
now
hippos.
terrorizing the countryside.
Well, the only reason why is because they shut him down.
Yeah, all right. So, as you heard her hear from Tommy, Pablo Escobar, American hero.
Family man.
No, yeah.
Always went to mass. Very polite to the ladies.
Okay. By the way, all the potheads are writing us, Kimmy. Murder Mountain. Murder
Yeah.
Mountain is
Murder
the
Mountain. Oh, I got to check
Yeah,
it out.
but it's about the legal market versus the outlaw farmers.
All right.
Ooh, outlaw farmer.
Outlaw
outlaw farmer, baby.
Shut up, you dork.
CMF.
Hey, are you an outlaw farmer? Can you tell me your story? It sounds pretty cool.
You get T-shirts.
I'm afraid to eat gummies with marijuana in them, but I want to talk about how to run a drug empire. Oh. Turbulence on a flight, that'll ruin your day.
Yeah.
Right? No drink service, air conditioning out, all terrible. But I would argue there is no worse flight you could take than one that
What's
folks
left?
got stuck on. Oh, buddy boy. Next here in the break room.
Ooh.
On CMF. Oh, my God.
What's going on?
I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine. Because I'm not a good flyer.
No.
And I hate turbulence.
Yeah.
Right? When it gets too hot in that plane, when the AC goes out, it sucks. But I would take both of those times 10 versus what happened here.
What's left?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We have a story from a Southwest flight that landed in Chicago. And we don't know where the flight was coming from.
Okay.
But according to authorities, it was from Philly to Chicago. In the middle of the flight,
Whatever.
a woman on board got up, undressed, got completely naked, and then took a dump on her seat.
Wait, this is the second time we've heard this.
Yes, there was that one was overseas.
Yeah.
That was an overseas dump.
European dump.
Yeah, you got it. I think it was actually an Indian dump.
Oh, curry.
Yeah, that food is not. Yeah. Ooh. So this woman.
So she took a
Okay.
2 in her
But
seat.
while-
took a 2
nude.
in aisle 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
So into her seat.
Into her seat while the
Is
plane
she naked?
was in the air, naked, taking a dump in
Okay.
the air, flight going. So we don't know where they were at the time because the plane did not get diverted. It went to Chicago.
Oh, so they were close enough where they.
Yeah.
God, what do you do with that woman?
All right, so she was arrested as
They-
soon as they landed.
Okay.
But what did they do with her, like, on the plane?
I don't know.
Let's say you're 30 minutes out.
yeah.
You're naked and you just dumped in your seat. Do they tie you up or something?
Well, it doesn't say. I mean, other than going to the bathroom on her seat, did it say anything about
She
her like
violent?
freaking out,
Nope.
or she just? Because maybe I guess if she's sitting there,
Well, she ain't sitting there.
yeah,
I mean,
good-
she could
good
be
point.
sitting in-
Sitting in her own poo?
I guess.
I don't know.
All right, so let's have a discussion
Yeah.
because we're all grossed out by this, right?
Yeah.
All right. The phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. They do have to do something with the woman. Now, let's
Yeah.
say you're in the last row of that plane,
Yeah.
and they come to you and they go, "Sir, listen,
Yeah.
we have to clear that aisle. We have to put that woman and who she was with in a safe spot near the stewards and
Yeah.
stewardesses, right?
Yeah.
So we have to put them here. We need you to sit in the seat next to the dump.
Wait.
We can't touch it. We don't have anything.
I had to go back up. I had to leave
Sit.
my seat and go up into dump row.
You will sit right next to the dump. All right. We cannot clean it up. We don't have the equipment here to do
Well,
it
it's
now.
evidence, too. They can't clean it up.
It's going to sit there. We will compensate you. Your flight today is free.
Philly to Chicago. What's that? $250?
So you're going to say no.
I want more.
Okay. We'll give you one more flight, round
One
trip.
more flight? Are you
round
kidding me?
trip
Round trip.
anywhere in the U.S.
Okay. Now we're talking.
Well, yeah. Southwest doesn't go international.
Well, yeah. Well, no, we're not. This is not. It's not an international
you can
dump.
still
This
go
is a-
anywhere you want in the country.
Okay. Here's what I want.
Okay.
I want unlimited airfare for a year.
No. Done. We'll ask somebody else. Hello, anyone
Oh,
hold on the
hold
plane?
on,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no. Sorry,
And-
no, no, no. You don't know how to
and
negotiate.
I want-
Anywhere else? Would anyone else on the plane?
Unlimited drink vouchers. So I want anywhere I want to go at
Yeah.
any time. I get a seat.
No.
And unlimited.
No.
And I'm out.
Okay. Good. So okay. Somebody else is getting.
Go sit next to him for $1,000.
You're telling me.
For 30 minutes.
Do you know how much that smells?
But 30 minutes is going to get you a free trip somewhere.
Anywhere in the
lousy
country.
trip.
Anywhere in
Yeah.
the country.
That's it's Southwest.
Yeah.
So at the most you're looking at
You could go anywhere you want.
$700 or $800
Okay.
bucks.
You wouldn't sit next to a dump for 30 minutes for $800.
We're not talking like hours. We're talking like the last leg of your flight.
Let's say it's 45 minutes.
I would puke.
Oh,
I-
would you puke?
You consider
would you,
it,
for a free flight anywhere in the country? Yeah. Not in it. I'll sit next to it.
bro? And you got to look at it. It's jiggling.
Who knows what she ate? It could have just been. It made the
What? All right, so let's say you sit.
Okay.
Then they hit turbulence, and you get splattered by her dump, by her crazy lady dump.
All right. They're gonna. Well, one of my favorite Fergie songs.
I don't
My
know,
dump,
Fergie.
my crazy lady dump.
Oh.
It splattered on my shirt. All right. So here they put a caveat in there.
Yeah.
All right. They go, all right, sir.
Wait, there's caveat in it.
The stewardess tells you we need your seat. All right. All that stuff. We'll give you the free flight today. Free flight anywhere in the country. Right, contiguous United
Yeah.
States. Also,
What?
if some of the poo splatters on you during turbulence, we will
Yeah.
add one more flight anywhere in America.
That's not that great of a deal.
That is great. What
Deal.
you got? What do you got? You hit with poo
I
already?
can't speak. I'm gagging over here.
So 2 free flights and the free flight you have today just for a little poo splatter.
But it's a human. I mean, it came out of an adult's butt.
Look, I'm not saying.
It's adult butt poo.
Yeah.
It's got to be horrible.
Look, I'm not saying it's an ideal situation. I'm saying I think the majority of people would take that deal.
They say that now.
Uh-huh.
But how about when you got to look at it? And that, by the way, that'll be in your mind for the rest of your life.
Okay,
you will have
it's not
post-poo traumatic stress disorder.
It's not a murder. It's a dump.
It's worse.
I don't know if you read the book. Everybody poops, man.
I would say duty over murder. Have you told us there was a murdered body in that seat?
What?
Yeah.
Somebody stabbed to death. You would
Yeah.
sit next to a stabbed to death body over a
Yeah,
dump.
because they're just sleeping.
Are you out of your mind?
They're just sleeping.
Is that why they whispering to themselves while they're
No,
dead?
but that's the plane, and they're just bouncing around. They just look like they're taking a bloody nap.
They've been stabbed and they're full of blood, and you would take that over a poo.
The blood's over there.
You're an idiot.
I can handle blood over any kind of like fecal matter.
252 WCMF. Kimmy.
Yeah.
Again, talking about this story, flight from Philly to Chicago. A woman in the middle of the flight got up,
Yeah.
undressed, took a dump on her seat. She was arrested, but the question we're asking, let's say you got 45 minutes till approach. It happens. They got to put this woman somewhere.
45 minutes, man.
Your seat, they offer you. You got to sit next to the dump so we can have the space to put her somewhere, but we'll give you a free flight today and a free flight round trip anywhere you want in the United States. Kimmy, would you take that deal?
I might do it. It's going to be a tough 45 minutes, but it's going to be worth it in the end.
And by the way, when you land, you never just land and get off the plane. You got to taxi.
You get the
No.
first.
and then they gotta
No,
get, and then you gotta get the swing gate over, and then we gotta wait, and there's always some dick with his luggage up there. He's struggling to get it out.
They make a deal. After they arrest this woman, you're the first one off the plane.
Oh, I'm doing that either way.
Oh, are you going to get out of my way? There's a poo next to me. There's
Am
a
I
poo on
allowed
the
to
plane.
put something over it?
No,
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 it's
no.
evidence.
You
It's
got to
evidence.
look at her bare ass poo that came out of
I
her
was just
bare ass.
asking. Just
That
asking.
is raw, uncut dookie in that seat. You got to
I
look at,
understand.
Missy.
Okay,
Look
can
at
I-
it, Missy.
maybe like in my mind, I could convince myself like it's a dog crap or something. Like it's, I'd have to play some mental games
It doesn't
in
look
my
like
head.
dog crap.
Well,
though.
I don't know. I'm just trying to like make it better for myself.
You don't know what she ate. And
Yeah,
she
I
probably packed it in at
understand.
Philly too. That's where she's from, right?
Yeah, yeah, a couple of
Oh,
cheesesteaks.
yeah. Oh, yeah. She was eating all that good Philly food, man.
And she went with the whiz. She didn't even go with the real cheese.
Yeah, she
It's
got
bad.
a colon full of Philly, and now it's spilled out all over that seat.
Philip writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest
Oh,
way
this
to
filled
get
the seat? Great guy.
He asks,
Yeah.
why can't she just sit next to her own poo on the plane? I don't know if you guys know this.
Hmm.
FAA rules prohibit anyone from sitting next to their own poo.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
a really weird thing.
Mhm.
So, Sean writes, that's considered a biohazard. It could be toxic. Just imagine the stench for the rest of the flight. I have a weak stomach for smells
Oh.
and would dry heave the rest of the flight. By the way, could you get a life-size cutout of Danny Wegman behind you for Tommy to drool over? Says Josh Allen. We could go. Maybe we could reach out to Wegmans.
Oh, yeah, we got a
Josh on one
connection.
side, Danny Wegman on the other.
We got a connection.
I mean, there's no way for us to run a poll right now, but I'm telling you, I would guess.
Everybody thinks that they can handle this kind of stuff. Remember, my old man cut loose in a restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was horrible.
Look, I'm not saying, again, this is not like I
Oh.
hope somebody takes a dump today.
No, I understand
And,
that.
and I also think
But
that
everybody talks a big duty game.
I also want to point out that if whether you're sitting next to it, across from it, behind it,
Yeah.
in front of it, you're gonna smell it.
great
still.
point.
The whole
Like, the
cabin
pla-
stinks.
Yeah, so like if I'm gonna have to like smell it anyway, I think the smell is what's gonna get you more than because I can look in another direction and not look at it,
but it's
going to
be
smell.
splattered into that seat.
Well, bro, it's very simple. The easiest way to fix this, when you get to Chicago, you just go right to duty free. No duty in there, buddy. Unless you're doing your egg.
And by the way, you don't know what style of dump
Oh
she
my
took.
God, we
Dump
get
style?
it.
Well,
you
you
said
know.
dump style already. We did the Gangnam
No,
Style.
but you could it could have been kind of liquid,
Yeah, okay.
which means that's more splattery.
But that would make it easier because it's not like sitting there. It's
It's
just like
running and
it's
moving.
smelly brown liquid. No, it would soak into the seat, man. It's Southwest. They don't have leather seats.
Yeah, I don't know.
Depends on the plane, I think.
Oh, they're gonna burn that whole plane.
Well, you just lost
What?
your free flights all over the world.
Enjoy your $700 voucher to go to
I will enjoy that.
Phoenix.
Sure.
It sounds pretty awesome. Go to the Phoenix Open.
Go ahead.
So you always wanted to go, and now you can't go. There is a story coming out of Canandaigua involving two men, and this story is going to make you laugh.
All right.
because they got in a fight.
It's a little early for Canandaigua, man. We ain't in the summer.
It is. I
craziness.
agree with you. It's early for Canandaigua. What about Canandaigua?
I can't speak right now because you just told us a horrible
Yeah,
story.
that's what keeps your mouth from working the right way. This is not a summer crazy story.
All right.
This is a roommate fight, and you're gonna laugh your ass off over what, according to police, started this fight.
Do we have the age of these boys?
I don't have the age.
Damn it.
That being said, not good,
All right.
but I get it.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here on CMF. It's not how a fight starts. It's how a fight ends.
Okay, what happened?
Well, in this story, it's also kind of how a fight starts because it's really stupid. Yet, at the same time, if you were this man in the moment, you would be blind with rage because there is nothing more disrespectful, disappointing, anger-inducing
Oh, boy.
than opening up the package and it's gone.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it. This story comes to us from Canandaigua. Police were called after reports of a man striking another person in the face during a verbal altercation.
Jesus.
And when the police arrived, it seemed that no one was hurt too badly, which is good.
Right.
But they started investigating. And according to authorities,
What happened?
the fight began
Yeah.
over cookies. This dude hit another dude in the face
Over cookies.
over cookies. Now, we don't have the details of the cookie argument,
Yeah.
but I think we know what the cookie argument was. Guy went to the pantry, get some cookies.
And?
No cookies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cookies are gone. Who ate the cookies?
Or like half a cookie with a bite out of it.
What are you doing,
Yeah,
right?
That's an even bigger tease.
Dick-ass roommate ate my cookies.
Yep.
So the man accused of the face strike was arrested. He was charged with harassment. He's got a court date coming up. And yes, I know this story sounds silly. And when you say it out loud, a fight between grown-ass men
Yes.
over some cookie disagreement is ridiculous. Except,
What?
no, it's not.
Really? You gonna assault somebody
Yeah,
over a cookie?
A physical altercation occurs.
You gotta be busted beyond busted.
It ain't about money. It ain't about money.
About the
first of all,
principle
you
of the
two-
cookie.
You're two grown men and you're sharing rent.
Well, but these could be 20-something.
They could be.
Could be.
But we also know some guys, man,
Okay.
that are long in the tooth in the renting game,
But the
and they struggling to make cookie
Hey,
payments.
Kimmy, I know this guy. I know this
Yeah,
guy that
yeah.
if his wife
Oh,
didn't
who's
let
that?
him live
Yeah.
with him,
I would have been that guy.
you were upside down on
We've
two
been renting
mortgages
out his rooms.
on an empty house.
I think to me this sounds like a younger guy fight because that guy may have splurged on those cookies. You know what I mean? Like he might have bought like even like Girl Scout cookies, right? Can be expensive sometimes,
Oh.
especially if it's not in your normal
So you have
grocery
young.
budget.
What if-
So if I went to reach for that cookie that I splurged on and you finished the last of the box, that's infuriating.
You know what would really send me over?
What's that?
He got like that 6-pack of like the Wegmans chocolate chunk cookie.
Oh yeah, the
Chocolate chip
fresh
cookies.
out of the bakery
Oh,
ones.
you son of a bitch.
So you're thinking these are young cats, and I'm thinking they're busted 45 plus.
But either way, I don't think it changes.
The dynamic.
Yeah, here. Look, we've all been there. You went out of your way to get something delicious.
Yeah.
And whatever it is in your world, it is waiting in the fridge, freezer, pantry.
But that means your whole life is down to this.
Yeah, man. This is life. This is life.
That was
It's
my
just
little
sad.
treat for the day.
Thank you.
You know?
It is a bright spot in a long day, and you can't wait to put it in your mouth, and you open up the package, and, bro, are you kidding me right now? You don't fly off the handle when this happens?
No, it would have been funny though if the guy was smugly eating it when the guy walks
Half
in,
in his
like
mouth.
he knows what he's doing, and he's eating it
Okay.
just to stick it to. Because that's what to flip out like that.
Okay. Kimmy, you know why he doesn't get this?
Why?
Well, I'm
Because
not-
he never bought cookies.
And he doesn't eat anything that's delicious.
Hold on, your mother is very delicious. She is succulent.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
To the last little taste. No, but I was a fat guy.
shut up, you bitch. You don't know nothing about
I was a big wide
Yeah,
black.
and if somebody ate your Pepperidge Farm cake that you were planning on eating over the sink, you'd have freaked
Shirtless.
out. Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you fly off the handle when this happens to you?
Well, she's a big
What's
foodie.
more infuriating to me is the person that leaves half a cookie. Like, just finish it. Just finish it. And I'd rather open up an empty package than half a cookie left in the package.
Yeah, it's fair.
All right.
Look, whether your little brother does it to you at
Yeah.
6, your spouse or your kids do it to you as a grown-ass person, and everywhere in between, you will want to start breaking everything in your house. And I am not saying this man allegedly getting violent was right. Obviously, it was not. But I am saying,
Yeah.
in the top 10 most mad moments I've ever had in my life,
Really?
at least 4 of them were people eating food I was trying to hide. 4. I'm minimum 4.
Yeah.
Minimum 4. And you never had a roommate, so you don't
Well-
understand.
No, I've had women in my life.
I experienced this to an extent with my husband because, like, my meal is his snack. So, like, if I save something for lunch the next day,
That sounds like one of those like T-shirts that dicks from Instagram,
Yes.
dude. My meal is your snack. My workout is your warm up, or vice versa.
It's like if he comes home late from something and he just like he'll eat all the leftovers, and now I'm left without lunch and dinner the next day
Lunch and
because he
dinner.
just decided he was a little hungry for a little something
Yes.
at night.
And
Yes.
he wipes it out.
Yeah.
Chris writes us on Twitter, and he makes a valid point here. He says, you have to talk Tommy. If you have to talk to Tommy, exchange the cookies for the alcohol.
Oh.
You got a bottle of booze. Okay, let's spread this up then. You got a half a bottle of Jameson. All right? As we talk about this story out in Canandaigua, 252 WCMF, a man was arrested after allegedly striking another man in the face. When police investigated the scene, they found out the fight began over cookies.
All right.
You got a half a bottle of Jameson.
Well, that's expensive.
It's Friday night.
Friday night.
And you get home, and you walk in, and all of a sudden your wife has some friends over, came in from out of town.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know it, the three of them that are there all drink Jameson, and the bottle's
Oh,
gone.
I'm pissed.
Whoa,
I am pissed.
And you know what? They know it's yours. And they're smugly drinking it in front of you, from what I hear.
I am pissed.
Oh, what happened?
Because there was a guy here one time. I got a bottle of booze for Christmas.
Uh-huh.
And guy walks in the room here while we're working. And he goes, "Hey, can I have some?" And he pours like 10 ounces of straight scotch into a glass. And I'm like, "What the F, man?"
That guy knows how to party.
I still hate him to this day.
You brought him up yesterday, and I
Yeah.
couldn't
You did.
remember
You did.
why you hate him until just now.
Yeah. So yes, you are correct.
Okay.
But that's an expensive alcohol thing.
Bro, half a bottle of Jameson
And you
is
Ain't no
offered
half
it.
cookie, man.
$15. If I buy
To
it,
have $15, you're out of your ass.
yes. What's a bottle of Jameson right now?
The big boys that I get
The big
are
boys.
64.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know you got the big boys. I thought you were buying the $30 bottle.
I don't settle up to come in second, son.
Except everything
I-
else in your life.
Did you say you offered it though?
He did.
I did,
even
but you
that's a
don't
slightly
dump it
different
in there,
story.
man.
I mean, you.
He's pouring like it's
Okay.
iced tea.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
But I think it's different when somebody goes around your back and you don't know it.
Oh, that's
until,
really
No,
until
yes!
you, until you want it.
Especially
the
if my
most.
wife offers.
No, because look, the difference. I agree with you what that guy
Yeah.
did. Even though you offered, you dick,
Yeah.
was not cool. The dynamic here is not just that somebody took
It's the
from you.
surprise of it all.
Yes, the anticipation and excitement
Oh,
to
yeah.
devastation.
Oh, yeah. It's crushing.
Danny writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. I have celiac disease, so I have to eat gluten-free. My wife always eats my gluten-free snacks, leaves the non-gluten-free snacks lying around in the house that I can't eat. When she does this, it always turns into an argument.
I think his wife wants him to die.
I don't think you die from
No, you just get very uncomfortable.
eating gluten on
Did
celiac.
you
It's
get
not
like
great
the,
for you.
You get like the diarrheas?
You get the diarrheas.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
then
know.
you're gonna
it's
get
It's,
a
your whole
Southwest flight.
digestive system.
I don't know what celiac is.
Celiac. You can't have
I don't-
gluten.
yeah.
No, what
you're-
it does to you, like what's the if I eat it, if I don't get it or whatever.
Hey, Danny, Tommy wants more information on celiac.
Well, I mean, do
you
I die
really
of the
wanna know?
trots?
Do you die of the trots?
Is it like the Crohn's or like that?
Well, no, because Crohn's is Crohn's. Celiac is celiac.
I don't know.
See, there's a fun little song you can remember. Crohn's is Crohn's.
Crohn's,
Celiac is celiac.
celiac.
You stupid son of a bitch. The rules you have about personal food
Mm-hmm.
is a legitimate conversation you should have with your romantic partner before you start living
Like
together.
this is mine, don't touch it.
Not so much that. Look, it's one of those things
Yeah.
where the way you grew up and how you share food, everyone thinks everyone else does it the same.
Yeah,
Do you get what I'm saying? For example, I grew up in a house that was Lord of the Flies.
yeah. Nobody shared.
Everyone for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Between my old man, my brother, and my two sisters, you had to hide every extra snack,
Hide
candy.
or get to it first.
Yes, we had like hiding spaces in the fridge for frozen burritos or freezer, right? There were some massive knockdown, drag out, Ali Frazier 15 round, Philippine fights between my brother and I.
Over Hot Pockets.
Well, look, I remember I had this frozen burrito. I was like 16. It was huge ass frozen burrito, and I bought like 4 of them, and I had eaten 3 of them.
Yeah.
And I hid one in the freezer for later. And I came home, and
You
he
had
had
it?
found it,
Oh.
and he had eaten it, and he left the wrapper out too. And it was it was straight up fist fight. We were fist fighting in our kitchen over this frozen burrito.
Oh God.
My wife, on the other hand,
Yeah.
grew up in this hippie ass, everyone shares everything food
Very
mentality.
communal.
You got it.
Yeah.
And she eats all of my snacks and special things, and it infuriates me. And I have sat down with her, like,
Special snacks.
thank you. Yes. I have literally been like, look, we have to have a serious relationship talk. And I tell her, like, listen, this really bothers me, and it's probably some damage I have from
All
being
right.
a kid, so please stop taking my fries or sneaking my ice cream that I get for myself. and she won't stop. Right before Easter,
Yeah.
I bought a bag of Reese's eggs,
Yeah.
Okay.
and I love Reese's eggs, and I hid them in the pantry because I only eat them on Sunday.
Mm.
2 weeks went by,
Yeah.
and I finally went to go get one of the Reese's eggs.
And
The bag was there.
Okay.
They were gone.
I have
so
a
the
question,
empty
though.
bag.
How much time do you give something? If you didn't open it, touch it, look at it, like I might think he's never gonna eat these, and I might open that bag and indulge.
Ask me. Shoot me a text. We live in a world now.
In a world.
Thank you. Where you can just reach out to me at any moment and go, hey, do you mind if I have a blah?
Yeah.
Like, and here's the thing. You take one, fine. Her and my girls ate all of my eggs. All of my
It's got to
eggs.
be tough for you because you can only eat them on certain days. So,
Yeah, because
so
he's a
you
little
really have to give it some
diet
time
bitch, baby.
to sit there and stare everybody in the face every time they open.
Those
the
are my
pantry.
Sunday chocolates.
They were. And here's the ass kicker, too. It was like Sunday at 7:30, which is no
Oh.
man's land.
Yeah, it's
No.
winding down.
Yes, like if it was Sunday at 1, like I could have, I said, I'm going
Cheat
to
day is
Wegmans.
shrinking.
I can't go.
It's sunset on cheating day. See, I don't share nothing, man.
You
Well,
don't
you
have anything
probably-
anybody wants
Yeah,
in both
that's-
possession or life.
See, that's where you luck out. If nobody likes your snacks, I'm kind of in
Nobody
that
likes-
boat. My husband doesn't really like any of my snacks, so I
Like,
get them all to
The
myself.
beer that I have in the refrigerator, nobody likes. My wife doesn't like alcohol like that. She likes wine. The kids don't like any of it.
Your personality.
My personality. I drink really dark coffee that nobody likes. So, yeah, I'm home free.
Good for you, man. That's great.
I hate sharing. I don't
Yeah,
like
so do I. That's
hate
the
it.
point of this.
I don't like, they always say you feel better when you give. No, you don't. You take. You always feel good taking.
All right, let's take
I want to be full of take. Tommy full of take. Like a saint. Saint Thomas full of take.
Well, there's a man who every time he hits a stage, he gives.
Oh.
Been doing it since he was a kid. And even horrifying medical issues have not knocked him out.
He's still going?
Well, he's a Rochester hometown guy. He's going again. Can't believe that he's able to do this, but it's happening. And things since Foreigner were put into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame have just been on fire.
What's going on now?
There is something new that if this is successful,
Yeah.
will cement them like eternally
Wow.
as one of the greatest rock bands of their generations. And I'm not even kidding when I say this.
Oh, the fingers out.
We'll get into it next here on WCMF. It's amazing
What's that?
what a difference 24 months has made for this locally beloved band.
What happened now?
The band was fractured. They never got the respect they deserved.
Yeah.
They had been resigned to those 3-band headlining tours at theme parks and state fairs. And now, if this happens, legitimately, it could cement their legacy for generations to come. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, big news for Rochester's own Lou Graham and Foreigner. Remember, we got to sing it because some people can't hear it.
Yeah.
You're right, you're right. You want to do the guitar part, or should I?
No, you're doing great.
All right,
What are they getting?
ever since their Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction,
Yeah.
everything for Foreigner has been roses.
Just coming up, Lou.
They got a massive pop in album and merchandise sales because of the attention. Lou himself is back touring with the band again for the first time in like forever. And now,
So the original Foreigner.
well, Mick Jones has Parkinson's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not touring, but
Right.
Lou is the lead guy.
Yeah.
And now something even bigger.
Wow. Bigger than that, Pat.
They're getting a rock musical.
They are?
Yep. Feels like the first time. The Foreigner musical will be put on next April on Long Island. Why are you making a face?
Usually musicals are on Broadway.
Yeah, well, it's got to
Long
start somewhere.
Island.
It's got to start
test it
somewhere.
out.
It's got to start.
Okay. Why Long Island?
Its director has been involved with previous Broadway hits such as Chicago, Rent, Cabaret, and Aida. Am I saying that the right way, Kimmy?
Aida?
Aida?
No,
Is that
I know what
I didn't
Aida-
hear.
Oh, no, I know
What has it spelled?
Aida, A-D-I-A. Is that Aida?
I don't know if it was Aida.
A-D-I-A?
Aida? Maybe I wrote it down wrong.
I don't
The
know.
musical
Okay.
will feature 14 Foreigner songs. We don't know what the story is going to be, but it will be debuting in 2026 as part of the 50th anniversary of Foreigner.
Okay. Very huge.
You're being a dick. This is a
No.
huge,
Pretty cool.
huge deal.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
some of these things, if they're successful enough, they'll make it into a movie.
All the good stuff starts in Long Island.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
the band musical
Yeah.
is the pinnacle of iconic popular music.
Well, the pump. It's just ain't gonna be Tommy, man.
It ain't, bro. It only happens for the grandest of artists. And not only that,
yeah.
most of the bands who have had this, it creates a whole new
I
generation
think
of fans.
Fogg had one.
What was that one called?
I think Fogg had it.
You got no
I
joke.
think they did it on Jones Beach.
Kimmy, Mamma Mia made ABBA huge again.
Yeah.
Jersey Boys had people in the 2010s buying doo-wop albums. Billy Joel and Moving Out, Green Day and American Idiot, Rock of Ages for Def Leppard, Bon Jovi, and
But
some
what's
Foreigner
the
songs.
story?
$1 Million Quartet had people buying.
But those are iconic moments in like rock history, which you just mentioned.
Oh, you mean Moving Out?
What's
I'm
Well-
Italian and I'm on Long Island. Billy Joel's song right here.
like Billy Crystal's doing Billy Joel?
I'm over
Doing
here. I'm
Billy's-
doing this. Now I'm over here.
What would the story be though? Is it like the history of the band?
No,
how
I
it
don't think-
formed?
No, they're making like a storyline with the songs to go along with it.
Because Jersey Boy was about how they formed.
I know you know that one too. I'll talk about that. Every other one we've described
Yeah.
has its own independent story. Like Mamma Mia is a story of a woman trying to figure out who her father
Yeah,
is.
but
Set
the
to
songs
ABBA
kind
music.
of all fit in there.
Wait, Lou doesn't know who his dad is?
What are you talking about, Kimmy?
Yeah.
I'm glad we're on the same page here.
Yeah, no. So
You going?
I'm not like a big musical person, and I'm sure like musical people like that are really into theater and stuff probably like turn their noses up at some of the stuff I like. But I have like I've seen the shows, I've watched the movies. They're very entertaining, and I think it makes it more entertaining when you know the music.
ABBA. When's the last album ABBA put out other than the recent one? 30, 40 years
Yeah.
ago. My daughters, who are 12 and 14, love ABBA
Yeah.
only because of all of the Mamma
Okay.
Mias. That's it.
I can't get excited for this one.
Well, yeah, because you're a dick that
But
doesn't
you
have
don't
joy
like
in anything.
any theater, really,
I don't.
do you?
I don't like theater. And I don't like musicals. Why you got to sing everything?
Because it's a musical.
I guess.
It's their songs.
Are they gonna have like hot rods in it because of Lou and stuff?
Good.
Maybe. I mean, they have a song that we just played called "Rev on the Red Light."
All right, so there'll be.
You're on your own.
All right.
And Foreigner is perfect for this. Their music fits every generation. Like Foreigner's music is legitimately timeless. Their lyrics are relatable to everybody. The music, rhythm, and melody is universal. When I listen to Foreigner, tell me if you think I'm wrong, I don't hear a time
You
period.
sound like a promoter trying to get me to use my venue.
Bro,
let me. What can I do to put you into Foreigner today?
I am dead
Come on,
ass-
kid.
I
You
am-
better get in the Foreigner train. You want to make some money.
There are some bands
Yeah.
where you cannot put a time period on their songs when you hear it. And I think Foreigner are one of those bands.
All right.
Like if you listen to Foreigner and you didn't tell me what age they came out in, and it was someone brand new, you wouldn't be able to place it.
Okay.
Because that music would have been popular in the 90s. It was popular in the 80s and 70s, right? It's having a resurgence now, which means it's popular again.
So some guy's going to play Lou. They're going to
know
have
if they're-
audition Lou's.
Okay, what is he not wrapping his
I
head
don't know.
around
It,
here?
it could be a whole different storyline. Doesn't have to be about the people in the band. It's just their
How's
songs.
that work? I'm
their
going to the
songs-
Foreigner
their
show,
songs-
and I don't
no,
get
you're
a
not
Lou?
going to a Foreigner show.
How are you so stupid? How are you so stupid? We literally just explained
Where's Lou? Do the Macarena.
Okay, I want you to listen to me closely.
I'm listening to you
No, you're
closely.
not, because we've explained this twice now, and you keep going, yeah, but who's going to play Lou, though? All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, for the 50th anniversary of Foreigner, there is a Foreigner rock musical
Yes.
that will be debuting on Long Island in 2026. It is called Feels Like the First Time, the Foreigner musical. Okay, walk through this with me.
Let's do it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Nobody plays Billy Joel in Moving Out because it's its own separate story.
Ah.
Nobody plays ABBA
Yeah.
in Mamma Mia because they wrote the story
Okay.
and then inserted the
music.
music of ABBA into the story to push it along.
Okay.
That is what this sounds like. I don't think it will be a biographical band musical because all of those guys are from different places in the world.
Sure.
Stupid.
Okay. So it'll be the struggles of a young man
No, I don't know. Oh, my
What are you
God.
talking about?
with a hot rod.
How are you so stupid?
I bet you there will be a hot rod at some point in the story. There you go.
He still doesn't get it.
I get
no,
it.
you don't. I'm
It just
looking at
sounds
your face.
boring.
Well, I do what I would be curious
It's like
to
less.
know.
It's like let's go see Les Foreigner in Long Island at a strip mall.
Shut up.
I
It's gonna be some
wonder-
abandoned like roller rink.
Is that what it's going to be?
Yeah.
A better roller rink?
I would go see a roller rink musical.
And joke's on you. All of the roller rinks on Long Island still in operation.
I do wonder what era the story's going to take place.
So, like, when you look at these other rock musicals,
Yeah.
I mean, traditionally they're throwback stories.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, when the song came out, right?
Maybe.
No, because that doesn't apply to Mamma Mia.
I always pictured that.
They don't really put a time on that.
But I always figured, like, because of the music. Yeah, I guess you're right. But I always
Yeah.
pictured it as, like, the 70s.
Yeah, when they were a hit.
Yeah, but you've never seen Mamma Mia.
No.
I think it's supposed to take place currently. Like
Okay.
they flash back, but
So there you go.
Okay.
Have you saw Tommy. Have you ever seen any other rock musical?
I've never seen Tommy.
Wait, you work at a classic rock station.
I know. I like the Who. I don't like rock.
I like the Who. I don't like rock operas.
I
I
like
the Who. I don't like the album they put over acting, you idiot.
I didn't like it.
You're an idiot, so you don't like
I like the Who.
you don't
but
like the album Tommy.
No.
Nobody likes anything Tommy. I understand. That's one of the best rock albums of all time.
It's in your opinion.
Okay, yeah, in my opinion and the opinion of 10 million people who bought it when it came out.
what
Like the-
musicals have you seen?
What?
What musicals have you seen?
I don't know. The ones that used to come on TV.
Like Grease.
That's called MTV. That's not a musical.
No, like those crappy ones my parents watched.
Oh, yeah, because
Like
you were...
war. I never got the ones where it's World War II, but they're singing while they're bombing the Japanese.
Again, they didn't actually do that. They didn't actually do that in the war. Are you so dumb?
No, I did. I
that
don't
you
like
don't
it.
understand that not every movie really happened.
No, but it's
because you
not-
do treat movies like documentaries. You think that police officers act like Dirty Harry. You think that firefighters
Some do.
all work in Chicago. You're an idiot.
No, but like I don't get like these. They just war me like, but it's a musical. and They're all singing in a sub. Like
Well, then pick a
the
different
song
musical.
breaks out, and the guys could dance, and I don't know. It looks not realistic.
How do you? Yeah, that's what a musical is.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's a
what
suspension.
about it is real?
Like West Side Story is like one of the dummest things I've ever seen.
It's Romeo and Juliet in modern
Well,
times.
why
set to
don't you
music.
just do Romeo and
Because
Juliet
you'd be
then?
like, oh, what is this story? Like, 800 years old, is dumbest thing ever. You're so... I don't even like musicals, and I'm arguing for musicals because you're so
Maybe
stupid.
the problem is you've only ever seen depressing musicals.
No, I saw
You've never
like,
seen like a happy musical.
Oh, Guys and Dolls, right?
All right,
Musical.
Okay, this is like the 5th time this week he's brought up Guys and
Well, I'm
Dolls.
trying to think of something like that. Is that right?
Guys and Dolls. We're
Guys
just a
and-
bunch of crazy guys and dolls. 252 WCMF. Foreigner is getting their own rock musical. It's debuting next year as part of the 50th anniversary of Foreigner down on Long Island.
What?
Kimmy,
Yeah.
do these rock musicals bring non-musical people to the theater?
I think so. Like I'm picturing somebody like my dad. Like he's probably not usually a musical guy, but like for I forgot what was the one. I think it was one you named, Rock of Ages.
Yeah.
That was like a movie, and he loves it. He
Okay.
loves because again he knows all the music in it, so he gets it. It was, set in like 1980 or something.
The one weird thing to me,
Yeah.
because I do like some of these rock musicals, right? But if you are a fan of one of these bands, you are going to hear someone else sing the songs you grew up loving with a story. And sometimes that makes sense. For example, Mamma Mia doesn't tour or perform live anymore, so you're not taking away from Mamma Mia. $1 Million Quartet, you can't see Johnny
Well,
Cash.
half of them are dead.
Yeah, Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis. But, like, I can still see Billy Joel live.
Yeah.
Yet people go pay to see Moving Out. Green Day still tours. It's almost like seeing a karaoke version.
It's a cover show. It's like a cover band show.
Yeah.
But it's got a story
I
behind
think
it.
Yeah.
the storyline.
It's like you're
makes
at
it work.
Pineapple Jacks.
You're not even listening to me. You just say
You know,
yeah,
now-
so you
now
get
that
to
I'm
some of
thinking
this
about it,
stupid thing.
Welcome to the Pelican tonight, man. We're doing Lou Graham's show.
I love when you start words with no finish to words. Welcome to the Pelican. We're doing
That's my entire career.
We're doing Lou Graham's show.
I guarantee
Like
you,
a pop quote.
this thing's a flop.
Why would it?
They don't
flop?
have the audience for it, man.
Foreigner. They
Yes,
were one
they
of
do. I think the Rock of Ages show has a couple Foreigner
It
songs
does.
in it.
It does.
Yeah.
The saying doesn't go the distance.
What is the
I
distance?
can't. I'm gonna
How
mark
long,
this.
how long is it booked for?
What? I don't
I'm gonna
know.
mark
you
this
idiot.
when they
It's
come to
canceled in a
town.
month.
What is the
It's
distance?
canceled in a month.
They could just be doing a weekend. I don't know how this works.
Well, if they're only doing a weekend to begin with, they don't have much faith in
I
it.
love how you. What is the define to me? Quote. Because you just said quote.
Hey, Cats was on Broadway for 20 years.
Shut up. Shut up. What is the distance?
I don't think it makes it a month.
Okay.
What's the Broadway? Oh, it's not Broadway. What's the Long Island theater season?
That's not what it would sound like with the accent. What would it sound like? By the way, it does say it looks like the band's going to go down for it as part of the
You'd
50th
have to,
anniversary.
yeah.
You wouldn't. Like, I can't imagine what that's like.
What's that?
Like Lou Gramm, Mick Jones, they're in the Songwriters Hall
Yeah.
of Fame, right? They got in there way before they got in the Rock and Roll Hall
Yeah.
of Fame. This is the stuff that they wrote, that they performed, that inspired so many people and entertained so many people. They're building a story around it to be performed by somebody else. That has to be like a very surreal moment in your life.
Yeah. So the career comes full circle, Pat.
It really does. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's a great way to wrap up their careers.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, it is.
It's the cherry on top.
That is exactly what I've
Yes.
been arguing.
Yes.
Why am I your friend? You are the most frustrating
somebody has to
person.
do it.
Nobody has to do it ever. For God's sakes. Let's take a break.
Come on now.
Shut up.
Let's get serious. For
Let's get an actual
And we had some fun here now.
let's get an actual kind person in here
Okay.
who we just brutalize every time he walks in and he keeps coming back for some reason. Your Rochester Red Wings are home this weekend.
Yeah.
Big stuff going on, buddy.
Oh, what's going on?
Well,
Lou
first of-
Graham night?
Yeah, they're doing it on Long Island. We have in front of us what looks to be the greatest food item he's ever brought in here.
It is tasty.
Okay, and here's
delicious.
the thing. Here's the, you want to talk a big game? Kimmy, did you catch what he just did?
No,
What?
like before we.
Oh,
in
maybe you were
break
in the
there?
room. Maybe
What
you
happened?
were looking. Well, because what he brought in, there's a way that men eat these.
Yeah.
And there's a
Oh,
way
yes, I
that
saw
you
this,
eat
but I am
these.
also guilty of this right now.
Okay, but that's okay.
I got a good shirt on.
Oh my! Do you? Do
my,
you?
it's my
did.
Bobby Graham.
Okay. We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see him. All right, there are a lot of moving parts happening in this room.
Yeah, what's going on?
Well, I got two men hanging out with me. Actually, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, folks, looking on the live stream. I haven't even given you a glimpse of our good buddy. You're hanging out in the break room on CMF, joining us, the general manager for the Rochester Red Wings. Please put your hands together for our good buddy, Dan Mason.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Mace, how are you?
All right. How about you?
Great right now because Mace, before we get into what the Wings are doing this weekend, he graces us with food every time he comes in. And the platter that he has brought to us, as I show it to the live stream, you want to describe what they're looking at here, Mace?
We have our barbecue rib dinner, which will be featured tonight at Spike's Barbecue on the first base side. I brought you Chipotle barbecue sauce ribs, mac and cheese, and a delicious cornbread muffin.
All right, so I've been waiting to eat these ribs till we were on the air because that's our kind of tradition thing here. But you already tried the ribs.
Oh, delicious.
Well,
I've never seen anybody eat a rib like that.
like what?
He's eating it like a chicken wing almost.
like my dog.
So Tommy's already on the attack
Yeah.
because he knows what's coming.
What's that?
All right, so first off, before we get into what Tommy did, as the Wings are home this weekend, we'll get
Wings
to
are
that.
home this weekend.
Okay. Oh, my God.
What do you think?
Oh,
What do
my
you think
God.
of the rib dinner?
Delicious, right?
That Chipotle is, in terms of Chipotle.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Anyway, so Mace is, he's a big muckety-muck in this town.
Oh, yeah.
Right, been around forever, well-respected.
Yeah, he's the Lou Graham of baseball.
McQuaid graduate.
Oh, yeah.
He walked out of South Bend with a degree from the University of Notre Dame.
Very impressive.
I come out of the studio in a commercial break. Dan Mason is on his hands and knees
Yeah.
putting together plates of ribs, mac and cheese, and cornbread on the floor.
There's not a table out there.
No,
What
there
was I
isn't.
going to do?
No, I understand.
I can't have you guys go hungry.
So, like, when you were at Notre Dame studying, like, sports business,
Yeah.
was there a class that taught you how to get on all hands and knees and put together a barbecue platter for uneducated dicks?
Yeah, food service 101.
All right.
But that's not the worst part of today.
What is it?
The worst part of today, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the ribs come in,
Yeah.
and Tommy does this thing where he's like, I'm going to have a little bit. I'm going to have a little bit.
He has to have a taste.
Gotta have a taste of
I got to
whatever."
fit into a suit soon. I gotta
No, I hear you.
keep it trim.
A lot of pressure for guys with your kind of body. So you picked up a rib and had a bite, right?
I tore into it, bro.
Kimmy, did you see what he did?
I sure did.
What did he do? You want to describe to the audience?
Tommy, because we were also provided, thank you to Dan Mason, with a fork and knife.
To get to the mac and cheese.
Yep.
Yeah. I enjoyed the entire plate.
Tommy shaved off a little bit of that rib with his fork and knife to get a little taste.
You cut rib with fork and knife.
I don't want to get schmutzed up.
I mean,
you
I
bitch.
kind of did the same thing. So
Okay.
in this case,
I got a
do
dress shirt
feel
on.
Guilty.
It is socially acceptable.
Well,
You talk with your mouth open?
Well, I need to use my hands over here, so I can't be getting the board all sticky.
That mac and
Right.
cheese is so good.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
I
You don't touch anything. You don't touch the board. You don't touch the mic. You don't touch listeners. Like nothing at all. You as a man, a grown-ass man,
Yeah.
cut your ribs with a knife and fork.
I did.
You pansy-ass bitch. I just got mac and cheese on my
See, that's what happens when you be mean to people.
Is that what happened? Dan Mason, general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. Wings are in town. Now, you guys have been playing in your beautiful lilac jerseys all week.
We've been rocking the lilac all week. We will this weekend, too. 3 more days where the Wings will be wearing their Rock the Lilac jersey-inspired or lilac-inspired jerseys and hats.
Okay, so the most important question, I think, for all jersey nerds, and I assume everybody, will those be available to bid on after, or are we holding on to those till next year?
Holding on to them until next year. But you can buy them in the Red Wings team store, along with all kinds of other tremendous Rock the Lilac drip available in the Red Wings team store.
Who taught you drip?
The kids.
Yeah, he works for young men.
Again, like, how do you find a way to say everything you say sounds so
I could have
inappropriate?
just said young people.
Yeah.
Well, they're men.
Youngsters?
Younger
Well, there's women
people, yeah.
also.
There's no women on the team.
He works in the
I know,
office. He's
I
not
know, I
batting
know.
fifth. I saw him on all fours. His back doesn't have it anymore. All right, so Mace, Wings are in town tonight. What you got going on?
First fireworks night of the year.
Oh,
boy.
All right. And
Nice.
it's supposed to be like 80 and sunny.
Yeah.
Best night of the year
Yeah.
to watch baseball.
And you get fireworks.
And we got fireworks, and we have a cooler bag giveaway. Rock the Lilac cooler bag
Ooh,
giveaway.
that's pretty
Fits a
cool.
nice 12-pack or your favorite beverage in there. Tomorrow, game time 6:45. We've got a pint glass giveaway. Rock the Lilac pint glass giveaway.
Oh,
We've got fireworks again.
Damn.
And Bruce the Bat Dog will be coming back to fetch bats tomorrow.
is this his first appearance of the season?
It's his second appearance. Of the
Okay.
season.
All right. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Bruce the Bat Dog is owned by like a private person.
Josh Snyder.
Okay. So did you go to him and say, we would like a bat dog? Or does he come to you and go, you're not going to believe what my dog does?
No, we searched Josh out,
Okay.
and Milo was our first bat dog.
Yep.
Josh is trained him to fetch bats, and after Milo's passing, we got Bruce, and Bruce has been doing an amazing job.
So, how many dog trainers that teach dogs how to retrieve baseball bats exist in America? Because you're not the only. I mean, there are lots of teams that do this.
Yep.
Like, is that a legitimate business plan? Teach dog how to get a
Probably
baseball
is.
bat?
It's probably big money.
That's a great question. I don't know. It's pretty rare. Otherwise, bat dogs would be dime a dozen.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
You're welcome, everybody.
All right,
And
so-
then Sunday,
Oh,
game
Sunday.
time, 1:05. Kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi. And tonight, we'll be serving this barbecue dinner at Spike's Barbecue on the first base side.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Creamy mac and cheese,
It's so good.
Chipotle barbecue sauce ribs, or you can get regular barbecue sauce ribs, however you want. And then cornbread muffin.
Kimmy, can we talk about mac and cheese? Because Tommy has really bad mac and cheese
Yeah.
takes, and I don't want you to say a
Right,
word right
no,
now
yeah.
because Dan Mason with the Red Wings joined us. The mac and cheese is brilliant
Yeah.
because you
Yeah,
get
'cause it
your
all tastes the same.
because
Yeah.
it's thick and creamy.
I mean, it works if you get a little bit of the like rib sauce in there too.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
oof.
No, but the consistency.
You talk like a trucker.
What?
You should. Don't women should
most
say those
people
words.
enjoy mac and cheese. I don't
like
know
when
how
my
you
cream
grew up.
gets on my rib sauce. It's really delicious.
It is.
It is really
There's a
good.
reason mac and cheese goes with barbecue.
Yeah.
Like even when you're a fat guy, you should know this.
No, but
It was a very male take.
you didn't. You have the worst. He's got the worst mac and cheese takes of all time. He thinks that like
It's all the same.
baked mac and cheese.
Oh, it's not the same.
Thank you.
It's
It's
all-
like
it's
not all-
Noodles and cheese, man.
No,
they're
it's
very-
not all the same.
Yeah,
up.
many different versions.
I mean, if you mix lobster in it or something like that.
Ah,
God, you're
lobster.
s- know.
Don't even look at him.
I can't.
He's like a bad dog. You make eye contact, he's gonna chase you down the street. So the only thing that sucks, Tommy,
What's that?
about like serving ribs,
Yeah.
because this is a special event, the ribs
Special
thing,
tonight,
right?
yes.
You can't get them every week. These ribs are delicious.
Yeah.
But every guy that makes ribs is either going to A, be like, oh, my ribs are better than this, which, by the way, I just taste them, they're not.
Yeah.
Or B, want to talk to the guy who makes the ribs
Yeah.
under the guise of, like, what do you do? Only so he can go back and tell him what he does to make
Yes.
his ribs. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no man in the rib game can just enjoy another rib.
No.
It's like there's some compulsion where if we're going to talk ribs, I'm going to tell you why my ribs
It's
Top shot.
a measuring contest.
Like, your chef over there,
Yes.
unbelievably good.
Yeah.
Does he stay away from the concourse so he doesn't have to have these conversations with psychos? Because I would if I were him.
No, he walks the concourse and gets feedback from the fans.
What?
He does.
Oh, see, what I got a Traeger at home. What I do is I smoke in a hall. Like, I know right now, just saying that, my phone is going to blow up on Instagram. See, actually, what you got to do. All right, so, I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Also,
Oh,
after you finish your rib dinner,
sure.
What happened?
we are introducing a new item tonight for the very first time
What we got?
for dessert.
What we got?
Ice cream nachos.
Oh,
If you
man.
go to our socials, you'll see it. It is so you know when you get nachos
Yeah.
at a ballpark?
Kimmy, you know when you get
you
nachos?
you get it in a container
Right.
and there's a little space where they put the cheese sauce.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
So we've substituted the cheese sauce with hot fudge sauce or chocolate sauce or caramel sauce, and then you get ice cream with whipped cream on top and waffle cone chips. So you take the waffle cone chip, you scoop up the ice cream, and then you dip it in the chocolate sauce.
It's amazing.
That is
Right.
amazing.
Ice cream nachos tonight, making its debut at Innovative Field.
Do you share ice cream nachos, or am I just getting those for myself? Because
You're just getting them for yourself.
I just I'm thinking of how that could get complicated if
We
you're
got to
gonna
eat it
share 'em.
quick.
You got to eat it quick.
Oh,
It's
my
gotta
God.
be 80
what a dick.
degrees. You
What
gotta
a
be-
dick.
It's
He's
gonna
right.
be. It's gonna melt.
That's all ice cream. He doesn't like ice cream either.
I know,
You
it's
see the psycho?
so weird.
You don't like ice cream?
I never did, even as a kid,
No ice cream. Doesn't understand mac and cheese.
and I don't like soda.
I don't like
And he also
soda. I
doesn't
don't
like to share his food, so he's out on all this.
Well, anyone other than Tommy can get your ice cream nachos tonight.
Oh, I'm sure it's delicious.
All right, so
It's amazing.
So to recap everything we
Yeah.
have here, very special tonight.
Mhm.
Ribs are all weekend or just tonight?
Just
Just
tonight.
tonight.
All right, ribs are just tonight. You're not Dan Mason.
I listen to Dan.
He knows.
No, you don't.
I
And to
do.
explain Mamma Mia to you 3 times 15 minutes ago. So ribs tonight at the ballpark. First pitch.
6:45 with fireworks tonight. Cooler bag giveaway tonight. Tomorrow night we've got Bruce the Bat Dog. We got fireworks and a pint glass giveaway Sunday. Kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi. We'll be rocking the lilac all weekend. It's really a tribute, not only to the players wearing the lilac-inspired swag, but It's really a tribute to all things Rochester. For instance, between games, we'll be playing 390, 490, 590, where a lucky fan has to guess whether it's 390, 490, or
Or
590.
they had to run across the
we
highway.
we show an
Naked,
exit.
You get some ribs.
We show an exit,
All
and
right.
fans have to guess if it's.
Wait, you
if
show
you
me
would
the
see
exit?
that exit
All right.
on 390, 490, or 590.
Wow,
Also, we'll be bobbing for White Hots in Genesee River water. All kinds of great promotions between innings.
Wait, say that again.
Bobbing for White Hots in Genesee River water. So we go down to the river,
Uh-huh.
scoop up a bunch of water,
Uh-huh.
put some White Hots in there,
Yes, you do. Yeah.
and then we give two fans 30 seconds, see how many White Hots
All
they
right.
can get.
Well, the good news is
What's that?
anybody. So what night are you doing the bobbing for White Hots?
Probably tonight and tomorrow.
Okay, so the good news is anyone that wants to go down and try to do the bobbing for White Hots, you have a chance to win because Tommy's mom is no longer with us.
Game time tonight, 6:45. Fireworks tonight and tomorrow.
Wow, she got 9 of them in there in one shot. Mace, always a pleasure.
Yeah, good.
Thank
seeing
you,
man.
guys.
Thank you so much for the ribs.
You
Yeah,
got it.
Really
Delicious.
appreciate it. All right, bro. Oh, send our. What's the word I'm looking for?
What?
When you want to tell the chef good job.
Chef's kiss.
Well, no, I don't want to kiss him. Compliments.
Oh, compliments. to-
Compliments,
Yes,
Yeah, I'll kiss him. I don't know if he's into it. That's fine. Let's take a break.
All right.
As we're talking about loving of all things Rochester,
Yeah,
like
sure.
the Wings are doing this weekend, there's a lot of things to love about Rochester. But for the first time ever, we are hearing people moving to this town for this. And Tommy, for years, even now, to this
Yeah.
day, people leave this town for this reason. So what the hell changed where
Oh.
folks see what we go through and go, you know what? That's what I want for me.
All right.
We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see it. The Rochester today is much different than the Rochester of the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Oh, sure.
We've been on a pretty good run the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
And it can be weird if you lived here your whole life to see the things people say that they love about our area now.
Yeah.
But this one is by far the weirdest. Because this thing, not too long ago, Kimmy, was one of the main reasons people were leaving.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And now it's bringing people here? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Yeah, we're going to get a little creepy, buddy.
That's right, we got a creep cap coming at you, and we now know the Bills schedule because it's come out. We have a win projection for the Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
But there is something very unique. There's a lot of faith in the Bills this year.
All right.
In fact, they are the only team in the NFL, according to Vegas, with this.
Oh.
And I don't know if I love it.
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Come to Rochester for the weather?
Oh, wow.
That's what folks are starting to do, at least according to a story on 13 Wham. So they talked to a couple that moved here from Los Angeles, California.
So they transplanted out, came back.
No.
No, they're not from here.
In fact, they had never been here.
Oh.
Sight unseen. After a
They
little,
picked Rochester.
they picked Rochester over all other places.
Really?
So they said they were sick of the wildfires and the extreme weather Los Angeles could get, and they needed a change.
Yeah.
But despite having never even visited, the couple bought a house
No kidding.
and moved to Rochester.
That's insane.
And the story says they're not alone. Rochester is one of the few cities that in the last couple of years has gotten attention as what they're calling a climate haven. We are way less likely to experience events like severe drought, hurricane, tornadoes, wildfires, earthquakes.
All right.
And because of that, there are people who are sick of all of that nonsense that are moving to Rochester for that very reason.
Come for the dank.
Come for the mild.
Well, we dank.
Well, that's what I do wonder, because our region is wonderful in the summertime, like spring, fall. You know, you can get used to it. But once that winter hits, and especially somebody that has never lived here or experienced like a long, wintry, cold season, I wonder how if they stay, if they decide like maybe I want it a little warmer. I
Right.
want to avoid
We had
the
a really
winter.
wet spring, right? So
Yeah.
even spring
Right.
has been not great.
Okay.
Like, and I'm not even talking snow. I'm just talking like,
It's
you
just
know, weather where
dreary.
you're not outside. You're kind of trapped indoors most of the time.
That is a great question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, Tommy, you got this couple from L.A.
Yeah.
They have no idea
Right.
what kind of cold snow and ice awaits them. And I would argue a snowstorm is way better than a life-destroying
Oh.
event like a hurricane, flood, or fire.
Absolutely.
That being said, we may feel that way because we've grown up used to this cold. We were born in the chaos.
Yeah.
And even folks who have lived here forever, I'm looking at Tommy, they have the warmest of coats, folks to plow their driveways. They're accustomed to temperature change.
Yeah.
Still one day decide, you know what, I can't even effing do this anymore. I'm out of here.
But I do get jealous, like people that are like enjoying the outside when we can't.
Okay.
Like we don't even like get that.
But again, the trade-off is potential hurricane, earthquake, wildfire, tornado.
Yeah.
And it's been enough for a lot of people, at least according to the story, to say, F this, I'm coming to where we are.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that a pretty...
It's amazing.
Rousing.
I would never think, especially never growing up here. You just moved here.
No, they had never been.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
They had never stepped
Yeah.
foot in the city of Rye. It's not like they came for a
I think
wedding.
they,
and were like,
they
"Ooh."
said, if I read the story correctly, they were kind of looking in the area like of upstate New York, and they had narrowed it down to like 3 places, and Rochester was one of them.
So apparently, and I'm not making this up,
Yeah.
there are folks that are worried about water. Fresh water.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And we are one of a couple of places in America, a few places, that have a ton of freshwater access with
Oh,
the
yeah.
Finger Lakes, Lake
Yeah.
Ontario, all
Yeah.
that stuff. And there are also people that are investing in homes here because they think there's going to be like some water wars 50 years from now, and they want to be close to fresh water.
Okay.
Legit.
All right.
My
But you're going to run down there and just start drinking it?
Well, my sister-in-law brought this up to me. She's like, have you seen this? And I was like, she's from Delaware.
We're running out of water?
I mean, I don't know.
Fresh water?
Oh.
That lake looks pretty full.
Let me ask this question. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it easier for someone to go from a cold city to a hot city or from a hot city to a cold city?
Well, I went from hot to cold.
Okay.
and it was brutal.
All right, so you don't like Tommy.
It was tough.
Oh, no, was it hard?
Yes.
Was it a hard thing to do?
Like I can remember like the first time as an adult driving in, because I lived in Florida.
True.
Like driving in snow when we were on the road.
Yeah.
I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, just those types of adjustments you'd have to make. Even if the cold didn't bother you, your
You're not used
style
to
of
it.
living is going to
Yeah.
change.
Okay.
Like you can't just like go out. Like in Florida, you just leave the house,
Got
no
a
matter what
shovel.
you're wearing, right? You can't do that here.
No, look,
Everything's prep time.
I get that warm weather is paradise in our heads.
It is.
In Rochester. And
The reptiles.
Getting out of the snow for a few days, putting shorts on, like you said, hanging by a pool. That's a great vacation in December or January. But that is a hell of a lot different than living in that heat
Oh, I know.
every
The
single
Florida heat in the summertime is brutal.
Right? Like, I don't know if these folks from warm weather places will be able to handle the snow and the cold, but I think the transition will be easier for them than the average Rochesterian to tolerate 2 straight weeks over 100 degrees with humidity somewhere else.
It's not so much the physical dealing with the weather, it's the mental. And that's where the dank and the no sun and the dreariness that lags on
Yeah.
could lead to depression.
Like seasonal depression is only a thing in colder
Yeah,
places.
they
right?
say
I
like
mean,
sunlight
yeah.
makes you happy. Sunshine makes you feel good. And,
On your shoulders.
even yes, your
From what I hear,
shoulder
yeah.
or in your eyes.
The
Yeah,
light, are you talking about the light, the heat?
yes.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, that sunshine, it means something.
Okay, but you know what else is really depressing? When my house is blown away by a hurricane.
Yeah, but you can sleep outside, fire up
yeah.
the grill,
Yeah, you know, those
fresh fish.
alligator, water moccasin,
Yeah,
iguana.
snakes.
Look, with the snow and the cold, I get your argument about the depression and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But if I'm living in a cold weather place, I can continue to put stuff on
You can.
until my body is warm. When I am living in Florida, California,
The heat.
Yeah. I can only take so much off.
Before the cops show up. Or they ask you to leave the grocery store.
252 WCMF. I thought they didn't do that in Florida. Because you've described some pretty interesting grocery store.
You can get pretty skanky in Florida and shop.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this couple from California. 13 Wham did a story on them. They moved from L.A. to Rochester, sight unseen. Had never been here, did not grow up here, because they wanted to get away from the wildfires that scared them out in Los Angeles. And it turns out, at least according to the story, there are a bunch of people moving from areas with extreme weather, like fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. Rochester has become what they are calling a climate haven. The weather is bringing people to Rochester.
I
Yeah.
do think. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I do think there is something to experiencing different seasons too. Like some of my mom's family who lives in California, like my aunt always says one of the things she misses the most is just experiencing different seasons. And
Okay.
otherwise, it just feels like the same thing all year round. Like there's no change really.
To your point, Blake writes us on Facebook. He says, I moved here from Indiana for my wife a few years ago. I lived in Florida and Washington. The weather is great here for the seasons. It's the first place I've lived where I get to take my kids sledding in the winter, sit by the pool in the summer, and fall is the best. This is a great place for weather.
Yeah, I mean, when the weather's nice here, it's amazing. When it works. Like to her point, when you get beautiful summers, you get
Yeah.
great falls, it's gorgeous. Probably one of the nicest areas of the world. But then you pay for it for 7 months.
But that's what makes it so nice. Like
Do
Kimmy
you think you
said,
appreciate it more?
yes, you're enjoying the seasons. And I mean,
No, but you're only enjoying 2 seasons.
I enjoy the winter.
Yeah, I mean, the
You're not
spring's a little
enjoying
rough.
4 seasons.
No, I enjoy the
I
winter.
think spring is the worst because winter. I think
Ugh.
when winter starts, you're kind of like, oh,
Well, you got the
snowfall,
holidays.
nice. You get the holidays.
You get the
kinda
playoffs if
There
we
is,
get
I mean,
there.
there is a little something to be said about that cold season to kind of reset. But it's when it
Come
starts
February,
to be like
baby.
February, March, April,
Tax
and
season.
you're just
oh, you tell me about the taxes.
And then you get the muddy crap.
that's when it gets depressing.
Okay, I agree. Spring
Like
sucks.
we're almost coming out of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like last month sucked.
Yes, but it's 1 month. And again, if you go down to Florida in August, and you know this.
Oh, it's horrible.
Right, it's ridiculous. Something's going to eat me. I can't walk outside without the sun pushing my chest into my ribs.
But here's the other thing too, like especially somebody coming from LA. There ain't a lot to do around here compared to like a major metropolitan area.
Sure.
Like you got to go to Toronto to get that action.
But
It-
maybe
it-
they
that
don't mind
would-
going to Toronto. I mean, that's not that far in their minds,
Yeah.
right? Because it could take you 3 hours just to get through the city of
Just
LA.
get to the goddamn mailbox.
It's true. And by the way, this couple looks like they're more in their like 40s and 50s.
Oh, so they're younger. All right.
I was going to say older, you old bitch.
Well, me, I'm old.
I meant like you're not going down to the Sunset Strip and hanging out at the Whiskey.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
But, I mean, there's just things to do.
I think there are more things to do here, too, compared to other cities our size than you give them credit for.
Yeah, you do.
You know what I mean? You go to Toledo, what are you going to do? Go to the Goodyear Museum again?
Yeah, go look at the Jeeps.
Ian writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, I grew up here, moved to Florida for 2 years. It sucks so bad. I moved during the winter to feel something other than humid as hell. So we had to get out of the heat.
Yeah. And not all of Florida is nice, too, you know. Florida has some really disgusting cities.
Oh, that's not according to all of the tourism advertisements I see during college football.
Yeah, I understand.
Come to Florida. Just pick oranges off of trees for free.
Come to Gainesville.
This alligator talks. Look how funny he is. 252 WCMF talking about this story on 13 Wham of people now moving to Rochester for the weather. No extreme weather.
Yeah.
It's very rare. There is a little bit of justice in this story
What's that?
for the folks that have held dear to their Rochester roots.
Mhm.
Because, like, if we're going to be real here, Tommy, Rochester was dying.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as soon as Tommy showed up, coincidence? In the mid-'90s to, like, the mid-2000s, Kodak is crumbling. The businesses surrounded are disappearing.
And people were leaving.
Downtown was dying.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, nothing we tried worked.
The ferry sunk.
They repossessed a boat.
Yes, they did.
Right? It was a very hard time here, and there wasn't much hope. But all the folks that stuck it out, made it better, found a way through, all of a sudden we're in a place that's so desired. We have one of the hottest housing markets in the country.
You got a sweet ride now.
Like we just said, you have folks moving here sight unseen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Folks that still believe that this place was great during the darkest, you should be patting yourself on the back right now.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Like you made it through. Look at us. Who would have thought, seriously?
No, you wouldn't have.
In 1998, 2002, who would have thought where we were, we would be right here, right now?
And you're in better shape than Syracuse or Buffalo, which were in similar situations.
Very small. We got more messages coming in. John writes us on Instagram. Duffy.
What's Johnny saying?
Duffy on WCMF. A few people moving here because they're scared of stuff that rarely happens doesn't make this place great. It makes them little bitches.
Little L.A. bitches. Worst Doris tune of all time.
How's that go?
L.A. biddle of bitches. I couldn't say it.
Biddle of bitches. I got a biddle of bitches and a package of apples. Which one you want? All right, going back to John's Instagram post, right? These things don't happen all that often. They're little bitches. The fires and the hurricanes and the tornadoes.
Yeah.
Right. Is that stuff rare anymore?
Rare where?
Okay, so I'm not a meteorologist as
Yeah.
I pull out my suspenders. So I can't tell you if there are like more natural disasters now or it just feels that way because of the news coverage. But I do know if people are willing to sell their homes and move to a city they've never stepped foot in before,
Yeah.
I'm going to trust them that it's pretty bad or at least worse than it was when they first got there.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential of you dying.
Well, no, I mean, potential is for any little thing that can happen.
No,
you
I'm
know?
talking about tornadoes and things of that nature.
Like, can you ever see your brothers leaving Florida?
No, they're too old.
Okay.
Well, actually, my brother did leave because his house got wiped out by a hurricane.
Oh, right.
I
So,
forgot.
but he also lives in another hurricane-prone area, which is Charleston.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah. He just trades humidity. But my other brother lives on the water, but he moved. He bought a second home in the mountains, which then got hit by a hurricane.
Yeah.
You can't win, man.
Well, you
gotta
can win.
Get out
Don't
of the
move-
South.
Yeah, thank you.
Like I always say, the Mid-Atlantic is the worst place to live in the United States because it gets all of the crappy weather.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely
You're
right.
talking, like, you mean like Maryland?
I'm talking like from Tennessee and
Oh.
Kentucky
Oh, I thought you
through
were
the
talking more,
Carolinas,
like, on the
Georgia.
coast.
It gets everything.
Like there are places.
It can snow. You can get a hurricane. You can get twisters.
Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Flooding from. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Down mountainside.
Mhm.
Here comes water down mountainside, Mom.
And like when my brother lives in the Carolinas, they call it low country. They live in the low country.
Okay.
So the reason they call it the low country is because when it rains in the mountains, water comes down, and then it floods the low country. So like people didn't live in the low country because they were smart when they first got here. Go, well, this is really wet.
Sure.
Maybe we should go high where it's nice and dry.
And then we ran out of space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they just go, oh, the ocean's beautiful here.
You know, it's one thing I don't know how people in certain areas of the country, I don't know how they get used to it, are like certain animals that just become their norm.
Yeah.
Like I was
Florida.
talking to a friend that she lived in Vegas for a little while, and she's talking about like the scorpions, like that just sometimes get into your house. I'm like,
Okay.
nope, no, thank you. Like that tiny little animal alone would make me decide I don't think this place is for me.
No, I'm with you.
And Florida has all of that. Every man-eating thing you could think of is now either on the ground or in the water, and now in the ocean.
And like we don't have any animals here that would hurt us that's
I mean,
unique
deer,
to us. But deer
you
are all
have
over the
to
country.
Worry about like if you're driving here. I know isn't it like particularly bad here for that?
I don't know. Is there a state without deer? There's deer everywhere, right?
I think so.
Oh.
Because that would be the only thing. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, and like bears, but those are rare around here. I hear there's only 5 of them in the whole state.
Yeah.
That's what I heard in the break room. All right, so 3 things.
Yeah.
All right, 1, I mean, good for these people for deciding they want to be here.
Yeah, it's good for us.
2, we're going to find out through these people. I do want them to do a follow-up from a year from now.
Yeah.
What was winter like?
Yes.
And 3, if you stuck it out,
Yeah.
right, and lived through the hard times, seriously, pat yourself on the
Welcome
back.
to paradise,
You
everybody.
nailed it. We got through the looking glass.
Yeah.
We are here, ladies and
All
gentlemen.
right.
All right. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, something else we have here. Creepiness.
Reason enough to move.
Mm-hmm.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the Creep Cap on CMF. So the NFL schedules are out.
Yeah.
And when that happens, even though you say when you play doesn't matter, you already know who you play, it does because things start to change in Vegas. In fact, there are teams whose wins totaled increased.
All right.
There are teams whose win totals decreased, what they're predicting. But only one NFL team went 17 for 17 on this.
Wow.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't love it. I don't love it. Next, here in the break room. On CMF. There is a special cruelty in being a Bills fan.
Yep.
And I don't even mean living through like the heart-wrenching losses,
Yeah.
right? If you're a Bills fan and anyone says anything bad about your team, you're ready to freak the hell out, right? But on the other hand, if anyone says anything good about your team, you're ready to freak the hell out.
Yeah, 'cause you
Shut
start getting
up.
you start getting that pit in your stomach.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Tommy says a lot of disgusting things.
Thank you.
We collect. I'm sorry. I'm going into a ribs coma after base. That was a lot of
Are you
heavy
getting
food.
Yeah.
the meat sweats?
I get
Yeah.
mac and cheese,
That's a-
cornbread,
Yeah.
ribs. All ready for a nap.
It's a hearty
Somebody
breakfast.
overate a little bit. It's not on a Sunday.
I couldn't stop eating it. It was so good.
It's addicting.
We take all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
It feels so dirty. Get down on the creep cap on WCMF.
No fun. Look at my teeth.
Oh, I had fun with my teeth. I was doing a little nibbling last night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's that?
No, I just had some cereal.
No, you didn't. You just said you don't eat cereal.
After I was at your mom's house, you didn't let me finish.
Eating all Pat cereal.
For God's sakes, I didn't say anything about your trunk.
But you should have been left at home alone when you were 16, man. You were rubbing one out in the kitchen.
That's
And
where
then
the,
you complained about your mother's cooking.
that's where the family computer was. What was I supposed to do?
Your imagination to go upstairs.
And Ryan was home. I
Take your
couldn't.
Just think about
and
two
do that
girls
in your
kissing.
room.
Why would I question a man's penis?
I guess when you put it like that.
I never question a penis.
Okay.
I accept a penis as it is.
No, I understand, and it's very open-minded.
And you should always accept penises.
You literally touch it and it moves.
No, that was your mom.
How dare you? Call
That was self-propelled, baby.
if I ever.
Is that your lawnmower noise?
That's his mama.
Okay.
But trying to be a lawnmower.
You knew
She
the answer.
purrs like a Toro mower.
If I ever
And I'm
hear.
a lawn boy.
Shut up!
Lawn boys here. I support the fleet.
Bet you do.
Yes, I do. I'll wait for him on the dock and say thank you, young men.
Later.
All this evening, I salute you.
You try to forget everything you ever knew, too.
What, Mike be late coming at you with a big old boner?
At 76. Oh.
No, at 86.
Ah. Come
A way to
on.
make it better.
That's
Oh.
what my mother was saying. Michael. I have really good bone density.
Yeah, I heard you do.
Yeah, I gave it to your mom
Yeah,
last
no,
night.
that's not. I was doing a joke. Damn it.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. We now know the NFL schedule for every team.
Yeah.
Yep.
And after it has come out, because here's the thing, you argue that when the games happen don't matter. You already know who you're playing.
Yeah.
Vegas disagrees.
All right.
Because win totals, odds will change in Vegas after the schedule is dropped.
Okay.
And now that that is done, the only team in the NFL that is currently favored in every game they will play this year are the Buffalo Bills.
Undefeated, baby. Here we go.
Oh, no.
Move over 72 Dolphins.
Kimmy, you
Wow.
said, oh no, why'd you say
I
oh
don't
no?
like that.
I don't like
That's
it.
insane.
I don't like it.
Like, every game.
The Bills
Wow.
are favored to win every single game this year.
I mean,
And
they do
you-
have
they
a
got a tough
favorable
schedule, you said.
but
okay, so here's the thing.
Well, you got some big opponents.
There is an argument to be made because I look at the schedule as brutal, yet mathematically, based on win-loss from last year,
Yeah.
the Bills have like the fourth easiest schedule in the NFL, but you have to go through all of the juggernauts in your conference,
Yeah.
right? Kansas City, Baltimore, Cleveland, Pittsburgh was a playoff team last
Cincy.
year. Cincy, yes. So, like,
Yeah.
I meant Cincy, not Cleveland. Jeez. One of
No.
Shitter Sanders, maybe. I don't know. Why don't we like this, Kimmy?
because like whenever they make these predictions, they absolutely jinx the team up front, right? It never actually happens the way they say it's gonna. Even if they do well, I'm not seeing undefeated on the board.
Now, here's the thing. Predicting the team, being favored in every game actually doesn't predict undefeated. Vegas right now has the Bills win total at 11.5 out of 17 games they will
Okay.
play. So, and that is tied for the best of the NFL. There are 4 teams at 11.5: Eagles, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo.
Okay.
The Bills also have the fourth best odds right now to win the Super Bowl. Kansas City and Philly are tied at plus 600, Baltimore plus 650, Buffalo plus 700.
That's interesting that their odds dropped for the Super Bowl, but regular season they're that high.
They stayed the same. They didn't drop. But to your point, winning the games one-on-one,
Yeah.
they like the Bills to do. But let's say they get to the playoffs. Again, like we see
Gotta
every
go
year.
on a little run.
You got to beat, potentially, Cincinnati, Baltimore,
Yeah.
Kansas City, Pittsburgh could get thrown
But
in
so
there.
does everybody else. You know what I mean? Like when you put that process, everybody's in the same boat.
Well, no, because either the Chiefs, Ravens, or Bills will only have to play one of those juggernauts.
Oh.
Right? If you're the top seed in the AFC, you're going to get
you get that bye week.
Yeah, the bye week and the next game you play, you're going to play the 5, 6, or 7 seed.
All right.
There is, if you're the 2 seed, you got to go on a juggernaut run. If you're the 3 seed, you got to go on a juggernaut run.
But this looks good for us. I mean,
Who's us? You got a cricket in your pocket?
Yeah,
Who's us?
buddy.
Don't you us. You ain't us.
We looking good.
You ain't us, man.
So this is Super Bowl year.
Well,
It has to be.
it is. The expectations are Super Bowl.
If you can't get it together this year, what year is it going to happen?
Okay, I hate when you say this because 2 things can be true.
Yeah.
You can say, yes, this team is poised to go win a Super Bowl this year based on the roster, the schedule, the way things are breaking up. But that doesn't mean if they don't do it this year, the window is closed.
Well, yeah, but Josh is getting older, and every year the wear and tear on the body, it does affect these guys.
Okay, but they said that about Peyton Manning for a decade, 6, 7 years, until he won his first Super Bowl.
Yeah, some of those guys won
Yeah, but those
later
guys didn't play the way Josh does.
Okay, but they also didn't have a way.
Center, choke the ball, man.
Yeah, but those
Choke
guys-
the ball from Louisiana. Here's the ball. You catch a ball now. That was an old school way of playing.
That's weird.
man.
I've heard Peyton Manning mic'd up. I've never heard that
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Who's just talking? You catch a ball now.
Goofy from Disney is
he is a goofy mofo. man.
Gorsh. No, man. I would argue though that there are more protections for quarterbacks today than there were when Peyton Manning was playing. You could still blast a guy in the head. You could take him out at the knees.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just saying, man. John Elway was a failure. He was a failure until the last 2 years of his career when he won those back-to-back Super Bowls
Yeah, now he's flying around in private jets.
and operating golf carts in an unsafe way. So here's the thing. If we look at this season
Yeah.
compared to last season, right? Again, the Buffalo Bills, the only NFL team after the schedule was released to be favored in every game this season. Vegas was down on the Bills.
Yeah.
Not like disaster down, but they didn't have them as juggernauts. Some sports books had the
Last
Jets.
year.
Yes, and
Yeah.
the Dolphins. Jets are the Dolphins
Yeah.
with better odds to win the AFC East. And because the Bills were overlooked, I believe they had their best season in 30 years.
Well, they were overlooked, and you had that gift season.
So,
yes.
give me that.
But yeah, but you can't do that. Now you
They play
big
better
time.
as the underdog, is what
You-
you're saying.
Your
Yes.
boy wins Player of the Year. He's making tearful speeches. He's dating the hottest actress in Hollywood, highest paid, looking to go win an Oscar.
Oscar's possible, not highest paid.
Oh, no.
Again.
Oh no, she up there.
She is in the number 1 movie in
Billionaire
America.
actress.
That movie, by the way, Sinners. A lot of people have been writing me
Yeah.
getting mad because I
Yeah.
don't say the name of
All
the
right.
movie. She is in the movie Sinners. Sinners.
Sinner.
Sinners. It's
All right.
a biography of Tommy Muley. Sinner. The other thing I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the way the schedule broke, you're right. Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincinnati,
A lot of teams up front.
Super Bowl
too,
champion
yeah.
Philly, even throughout the year. That's brutal.
Yeah.
We did luck out. Every game you look at and go, oh, it's at home.
Yeah.
it is.
Right? And
All
you
right.
get Baltimore right out of the gate. So, again, like we talked about the other day, your odds are you are the healthiest that game, knocking on wood, that you will be all season long. But, the most brutal road test the Bills will have this season, I think you could argue, is that Thursday night in Houston in November.
All right.
I mean, they have a quarterback that's capable of doing remarkable things. They lost in Houston last year. It's a short turnaround to go.
Diggs isn't there anymore, right?
No, he's in New England.
Oh, I forgot.
Which is
Damn,
funny
that
because
should be fun.
the Stephon Diggs return to Orchard Park will be in
Yeah.
prime time October, Sunday Night Football on NBC, 8:20 against the Patriots.
Damn.
So not only do we get Stephon Diggs coming back.
Mac Hollins, too.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Okay, does Mac Hollins get booed? I mean, he won't get booed as brutally as Stephon
Right,
Diggs.
Well, he's
People
going to
like the
show up
kid.
in a crazy outfit. And
I
I
thought
don't
he
know
was-
if it's going to be a silly thing or like a take a shot at the Bills kind of thing, because I could kind of see him doing that, too.
But he was liked.
Mac Hollins was below.
Yeah, he was Tarzan.
And here's the thing, man. They offered him $10 million. I'd go play there, too.
Yeah.
But you know how Bills fans get about signing.
He's got no
at the end.
shoes. Poor kid.
I want to buy these shoes for my wide receiver. Flintstones had an old weird-ass science page. No, I mean, I can't think of a Bills player that went to a rival, that we like. Thurman Thomas went to Miami. They hated him for a couple of
Yeah.
seasons. Chris Hogan, the wide receiver, went to New England. We hated him for a couple of seasons. I can't think of a single person where it's like, all right, I understand why
Yeah.
you did that, right?
Okay.
No, am I wrong? Ah?
Well,
I can't think of a guy that you embraced until they left and went somewhere else or retired.
All right, so like as I'm looking down to the odds to win the Super Bowl, like the Bills at plus 700, decent value. The best value on the board, like if you were going to pick a team to win the Super Bowl, might be the Commanders.
DC?
Yeah, they went to the NFC Championship last year, right? I mean, you lost to the eventual Super Bowl champions. You got a really exciting young quarterback. They're 16-1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're the seventh. Have the seventh best odds.
You get pretty good payout.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like if you were gonna roll the dice here,
But this is to go to the Super Bowl or win it.
that's to win the Super Bowl. And there's that, and then the Vikings are at 30-1. They're like halfway down. They got a rookie quarterback, but they got a decent roster.
Okay, sneak in there.
Make a little money.
Oh yeah.
Kimmy, do you believe in putting money on your team to win a championship preseason?
Yeah, because I think my husband's done it with the Bills before.
Is that jinx?
I don't know, because you want to root
No, that
for.
was his wedding.
I think for me, I like to put money on things I'm going to root for anyways.
Okay.
I know you have the mentality of like, do the opposite so that way you kind of win either way.
Degenerate gamblers call it the emotional hedge, and I
Yeah.
will not emotional hedge. I have thought about it, but I do
Okay.
feel like that's a jinx, the
Yeah.
emotional hedge.
No, I always like doing, like if I'm going to make any type of bet, I want to also be able to root for that team outside of the bet.
Okay. There is one Buffalo Bill, thanks to Chris on Twitter,
Who left?
who left and not only played for one division rival, but two, and we still loved him even when he was
Fitz.
doing it. She nailed it.
No.
Yeah.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
He could have gone anywhere, I think.
Yeah, he's like just
But
lovable. Period.
But I
He
wasn't-
also went to those other places, and his role wasn't necessarily going to be starting quarterback.
But he became,
Right.
lest we not forget,
yeah.
the closest, no, Ryan Fitzpatrick never played in a playoff game. He never made the playoffs his entire career. The closest he came, last game of the season in Buffalo, the Bills were out of the playoffs. All the Jets needed to do was win the game, and Fitz was in the playoffs. The Jets were down like 4 last 2 minutes, and he threw an interception in the end zone to Leotis McKelvin. And I got to be honest with you, I loved it. I love Ryan Fitzpatrick, but he fixed himself so hard, and in that moment, I did not love Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Well, it also made you feel better because it was like, well, we're not missing out on anything.
There you go.
So you just kept doing the same thing anyways.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing next week here in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Howdy, Fred Ripper.
Oh, the old Fred Rapperoo.
Oh,
On a Friday. Break room. CMF. We will be back. You back.
you see what you do? Huh? Jesus, curse your mouth.
I'm tired. I got rib mouth, which is not helping.
Usually you have another kind of mouth.
What mouth is that?
Other areas of the human body that I cannot say.
Okay. I kind
A
of want
wang. You have wang mouth. Everybody wang mouth tonight.
Oh, my God. Kimmy didn't get that at all. He has no idea what
I
that's.
did too.
Sing the song. Do it.
It's Saturday night wang mouth tonight.
You're not even doing the song right. If you were going to wang mouth me, pimp the nation around the world. Everybody wang mouth tonight. No, you can't even do your own stupid song.
It's about that time of the week where he just completely malfunctions.
It's over. He's all giggly. He's dying. He's sideways. He's got one leg up over the edge of his chair. God. All right, careful. Don't hurt your back. Jolene's on her way in. Jolene.
Play your damn music. Woman.
She's got 10 songs going in. One of them I hear, Wang Mouth. We will be back here Monday morning. For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who participated in the Wang Mouth
Yes,
song.
I
a second
enjoyed
ago.
that. Thank you.
For Tommy Muley, who will rewrite all of
His
the
best Bobby shirt today.
Bobby Graham.
Bobby Graham, baby.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.